devising having your marketing and sales department, or is something a little bit of on the markets?
Actually, we are aiming to manufacture the kit instead of the device because the device is basically relies on the same principle as spectrophotometer or a microplate reader. So we thought that every hospital could have such a device. Maybe, so we could also manufacture the device, but the main aim is to manufacture the kit and integrate it with other biomarkers.
Okay, another question from the jury.
So maybe, hi, I'm Angela Bicker from Utrecht Hospital St. Antonius and Unilabs, the laboratory, diagnostic laboratory. My question on your device, so you now explained that you manufacture the Wells plate, but not the sensor, or you could manufacture the sensor. But if you supply the Wells plate to the hospitals, do you, which department do you target in the hospitals? Because do you want this device to be a point of care device? To be, you know, because you want it to have a fast result.
Yeah.
But in order to do so, you should, you know, be able to use a point of care. So that part, I don't really understand how that will work with your analyzer.
Actually, we first have to check whether the hospitals have the device already or not. If they don't have, we could also manufacture and sell our device to them so that they could use it for for multiple times, because it's not like it's not like a disposable thing. You can use it like for many times, like a spectrophotometer device. But for the other assays that they are ongoing in the hospitals, we thought that they might have about it. I don't know how to do it. Okay. So we thought that they already have such a device, or if they don't have it, we could also manufacture it, because as I've mentioned. But the main aim is to produce this kit, 96 well plate, because it has like lots of wells, which means one well equals to one person, one sample. So we thought that it's much more effective to sell our kit. Yeah, that's it.
Let's do it one microphone for a second.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that, but you know, eventually you want to target the hospitals. So this will be done at a laboratory site within the hospital, but still you need to transport the material to the laboratory site, and also then probably you need to use plasma instead of whole blood. And the most effective would be for TBI patients that enter the emergency department is to have a point of care device that can be used by nurses, for instance. So that would be my suggestion.
Another question from the jury?
Hi, I'm Julian from the University of Glasgow. I was interested in why you chose 96. You know, why this number?
So there are already some plates, whether we could use like 6, 12, or 96. We choose 96 because it has the least volume, and it also has the most potential for many other patients. Let's imagine a scenario that there might be an accident, like a chain accident, and like we could use it for many patients at the same time. And Turkey is emergency, so therefore we choose 96. And also it's more cost effective because we are using very little amounts of gold nanoparticles and other chemicals inside the well, so that's the reason why we choose 96.
Yes?
All right, yeah. Thank you very much for your great presentation. And my name is Andreas Blaser from Technical University of Darmstadt. I have a question regarding regarding the certification and regulatory affairs of your product. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on the regulatory side, what needs to be considered at your target country, the country that you target. And second would be interesting, how easy would it be to roll it out to another market, let's say in Asia, Europe or Americans, and what would be your second target market, and what would you need to do in terms of regulatory affairs to make it compatible with the secondary market?
Actually, we were trying to focus on that subject as well, but we had very limited time in order to produce this product and calibrate it, and we are just stuck in the calibration steps. So we're not in exactly getting certification and stuff. So we are aiming to do it in the future, maybe. And our first aim to focus on Turkey, but we have to consider, as you said, other markets like Asia and other countries. But we have never focused on that subject, so I don't know how to. I don't know how to express it because we haven't investigated the data and for another country, for another market. So I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, thanks for your honest answer. Just one follow-up question, even though you didn't do it, and I didn't expect that you did go through all of that so far. Do you know if there is an equivalence between the regulatory aspects in your home country and maybe other markets? If there is some sort of equivalent, or is there an option to, let's say, get a product that is approved in Turkey, accepted in another market? Just for curiosity.
Actually, I'm mostly expertise in the research and development part. So I'm like doing bioassay parts, and we are since we are stuck in the calibration steps, we are trying to complete it at first and then focus on the other subjects. So I don't know, to be honest. So yeah, it will be also.
Can I have question one more time?
The question is, if there is, let's say, in terms of regulatory affairs, if once it would be approved in Turkey, can you roll it out to other markets? Is there some sort of acceptance of equivalence? Sorry for the inconvenience. The question was, once assume in the future your product is accepted for the medical market in your home country, would it be possible to roll it out to other markets? And how difficult would that be? Is there a barrier? Or can it be like accepted as in terms of an equivalence to, let's say, the medical device regulation in Europe? Would it be accepted here?
Yeah, I know that some companies in Turkey also do that, producing their kits and the other things from Turkey and sell in our country. But then when they develop, they sell to the other countries like Europe, like Asia. So there is opportunity in our country that they are. Enable us to develop ourselves to another countries, but I don't know exact regulations for that. But yeah, there's opportunities for our country to sell out and to do our market for other countries.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, then we're gonna take a small break to see why the volume is cracking up so much. So if you have to go to the toilet, you can go right now, and then we're gonna just check the volume.
Test, 1, 2, test.
Het zou best kunnen, ik weet niet. Het is allemaal draadloos, dus het is allemaal...
Test, 1, 2. Ik kan niks vinden namelijk.
Denk je dat misschien onze microfoons kan doen?
Ja, kan. Dat kan zeker.
Of kan we het gewoon uitzetten? En
Dan zet hij maar even uit. Ja. Dus, ja, want we hebben gisteravond al eens getest, was er niks aan de hand. Ja, het is ook een hele rare storing. Op een moment wel, op een moment niet.
Ja, daarom. En ik zit eigenlijk voor zelf te denken, dus ik weet niet of ik het ben.
Ja, want ik heb hier alle kanalen al veranderd. Om te kijken of ik een verstoring heb. Zet hem maar gewoon uit.
Ja, ik ben even een beetje op 5 moet zetten.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Dat is 1. 1, 2.
We zetten hem nu uit. Ja, dus we hebben hem uitgezet.
1, 2. Test. Ja, heel fijn. Ja, het kunnen dat soort dingen zijn, ja.
Ja, dan ga ik dat even doorgeven, dat hier geen portefeuilles in de pitch hebben.
Nee. Nou ja, als het even gebeurt is het niet erg, maar als het blijft storen is het natuurlijk wel
Ja, dat
vervelend. Ja. En ik heb hier alles al veranderd. Nee, ik heb even de snoeren nagelopen en ik heb hier de kanalen veranderd. En ja, meer kan ik niet doen, maar er is hier storingsbron. Ja. Ja, meer kan ik niet doen. Ja, nee, maar goed. Ja, dan gaat hij toek doen, ja. Ja, moet maar op
En ik weet niet wat
ja, je kan nog niet, wat is gewoon storing hier. Maar ze hebben je mobiele foto's, die heb ik al uit laten zetten. Sorry. It should be fine now.
Ja.
Ja, wat de storing is, dus het blijft een beetje onduidelijk hoor. Want gisteravond hebben we alles gecheckt, was het gewoon allemaal oké. Dus er is nu ergens een bron bijgekomen. Maar wat het is, de mobiele telefoons zijn in ieder geval uitgezet, dus dat zou het kunnen zijn.
Zou mobiele telefoons kunnen komen?
Nee, mobiele telefoons is.
Oké, nou. Ja, dan gaan we het wel nog een keer proberen. Oké, nice. Make sure that you step if you can.
Ja, even, dan zie ik tenminste welke microfoon het is. Ik kan geen uitslag zien.
Ja, heb ik al geprobeerd. Het is een zooitje. Nu gaat het met goed. Ja, ik heb 6 seconden lopen, dat is nog steeds dus.
En ze staan weer in projectie.
Ja,
Mag ik nog een verzoekje doen? Dat de sprekers niet hier in de projectie gaan staan.
Ja, nee, ik zei al dat ze voorin moeten gaan, of hier.
Maar niet in de projectie.
Oké.
Dat ziet er heel lelijk uit.
Dus dan moeten ze eigenlijk een beetje links hier gaan staan.
Gewoon hier voor de laptop.
Oké, ja. Of daar. Okay, yeah.
Want daar sta je ook nog in het project zoals je hier staat.
Okay, so the important detail is not standing in the projection. So if you look in front and you see the light, then you're in the wrong space. So just go a bit to the left, either behind or in front of the speaking stand. It's all. Yes? Okay. Okay, welcome back everyone. We think we've resolved the problem. It might have been because of the walkie-talkies, the portos that the organization uses, because last evening they checked everything, and there's some external source that's coming in, but we don't know exactly why. But now it sounds fine, so let's hope for the best. We're going to continue to consent, so big hand of applause.
Thank you for the quick introduction and thank you for attending. We are, as already mentioned, Team 2 Consents from Germany, and this is our translation potential pitch. This is 6-month-old Sophie. Sophie is rushed into the hospital. Circumstances are not clear, but some symptoms indicate a TBI. The infant doesn't respond to the Glasgow Coma Scale, because Sophie's just 6 months old and she's pre-verbal. She's put into a shock room, which is followed up by a CT. After that, she's taken into the intensive care unit for 24 hours for observation, followed up by additional stationary care. The problem with this procedure, it absolutely exceeds the case rate for TBI in children in Germany by over 100 euros. So what if we could turn this losing business into a profit-making one? What if our team could provide a novel device to bypass the expensive CT and do not put any further radiation exposure on the child? The case I just described is actually only one of over 275,000 cases of TBI in children in Germany every year. This all results in a financial deficit of more than 35 million euros, which German hospitals record per year. But in reality, only 10% of all these cases are actually severe and need any further treatment. So what if we could provide a new method which is non-invasive and reliable, up to 40% cheaper when compared to conventional head CT, and gives the medical staff the ability to assess the severeness of the TBI in 30 minutes? Well, I think we can. Introducing our brand new biosensor, the Specialist, which only needs a minuscule amount of a patient's blood to begin with. The blood gets processed to plasma and then measured by the specialist, which gives out a result for medical staff to assess the severeness of the TBI and either initiate further treatment or detect the not so severe TBI.
By going with a product as a service approach at an average annual leasing rate of 10,000 euro, we are still able to provide our customers an average annual profit of 25,000 euro. The price per measurement of 75 euro therefore allows for a revenue increase of 400 euro per case. Our first market will be our home state Hessen. To enter it, we will need to raise 3.1 million euro in about 2 years to fulfill various EU regulations. Due to our in-house production capability, our first customers will be university hospitals near us. By providing them first, we expect to have our product implemented into the existing healthcare environment shortly after carrying out clinical studies in the same. Around the 5-year mark, our test kits will be covered by a majority of German health insurances. This will enable us to enter the German market because the number of leasing contracts goes up. But the entrance into the German market comes with the cost of outsourcing our production line. After 11 years, we could reach break-even and enter the European market. From here on out, our product will be seen as an essential piece of equipment for turning treatment-related losses into profits. And even though we expect to have to run into some unforeseen obstacles on our way, one thing remains certain. It takes a specialist to sense the future.
Well, great pitch. questions from the jury? Yes?
Very nice pitch. I have a question about the timeline you showed in the very last slide. Can you explain the factors that describe getting from, for example, year 1 to year 5? So what has to happen to get health insurances to cover the cost? And then also the factors that describe year 5 to year 11. So why 11 years to get to the European market, for example?
Yeah. So to get from year 1 to 5 and enter the catalogs of the health insurances, we expect to around this time to be somewhat established product inside our home market, so that doctors and professionals talk about our product and really love it and think that's really necessary, and they want the health insurances to pay for them because that's really helpful. And to get from year 5 to 11, the factors that are necessary, or what was the question here?
Yeah, why 6 years to go from health insurances covering to breaking into the European market? What exactly has to happen that you think you need 6 years to get from the German market to the European market?
Yeah. Okay. So we chose this time frame as a sort of a buffer. So we don't underestimate we don't underestimate the challenge of establishing our product in the German market, because of course it's bigger than just our home state Hessen. It's not that big. And we took this time frame to still have a reasonable amount of time, so not too high, to reach our break-even point and to enter our end game, so to say.
Maybe if I just quickly mention a few things. What steps do we have to take in this time frame? As already mentioned, we want to outsource our production after roughly the year 5, maybe year 6, because right now we are producing everything on our biosensor on ourselves via 3D printing and everything. But a lot of these methods are actually pretty time consuming and not that efficient for producing for mass production. So that's why, for example, we want to outsource, and until the year 11, when we reach roughly, I guess roughly under 10% of the market share in the German home market, then we hope that we can provide all of these customers with our also outsourced production. Yeah.
That's clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's first do the question online then.
Hi. So thank you for the great speech. I just wanted to ask you, are you alone on such solution against CT, or are there any other competitors in the market that you should be aware of and basically share the market with?
I mean, to that point, of course, there are big competitors that we are definitely aware of. For example, to name one, the Abbott, for example, has also a pretty good biosensor also for GFAP. But I think our why we could also get a market share is because we can, as a relatively small group of people and a relatively small company, we can directly go into all of the wishes of our customers, and also then we can kind of customize our biosensor to their needs directly. And of course, in our product as a service approach, it also includes to give 24/7 customer support and everything. So we are aware of competitors, but we are pretty confident that we can get a market share in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another question online.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to come back to the timelines for a second. over a decade is a long time for your initial investors to wait before seeing some return. Have you thought about giving the early investors an exit before you reach your endpoint?
Yeah, you're right. That's a pretty good question. A pretty good question. We already thought about. So actually, these 3.1 million euros we want to raise are not like the majority of this number is not coming from investors. So in our talks to some CEOs of startups, healthcare startups, they mentioned that at the moment the kind of the landscape of investors is pretty hard to really bind investors for a long time to your startup. So the majority of that money we want to get back by creating revenue after our market entry. So yeah, maybe that already answers your question. Maybe you could go in a little bit more detail. Maybe.
Yeah. So where is your initial investment? Your initial cash injection coming from?
So yeah, that's partly coming from right now from sponsors, but then from governmental funds. Yeah, quite a lot of them. There's already there's also a company in our home state which supports upcoming startups, especially from our university by like buying like market shares of 1-2% from our company, which also provides us with funding. But yeah, that's mostly how we want to initiate our funding stage. But later on, of course, we are also dependent on investors. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
See one more question from the jury. If there are questions from the public, please raise your hand in the room, because then we can also maybe have a question from the room.
Jean-François Masson from Montreal. So your business model is based on a subscription, but so it works well for the German market, but other markets will be on a per act. For example, if you do a test, it will be compensated by X amount of dollars or euros. So how do you see your model evolve for different markets?
As you already said, we designed our product mainly for the German and the European market because we talked to doctors, healthcare professionals in university hospitals near us, and they told us that they are much more prone to buying consumables and putting money in this because they can get that through fast and don't have to have people who go through regulatory steps to buy something big and make a huge investment for a big device. They want to split up the cost over all the consumables so they can easily buy them, and so the cost doesn't really matter, they said, because our test kits still are cheap enough. And yeah, other markets we probably can change our model a little bit. So I think we are flexible with that. But as you see, we plan to stay in our well-known area for quite some time.
And maybe just a quick follow-up. So can you decrease the cost per test? Because, for example, if I think of the North American market, a protein test like this will be compensated by maybe $25 to $40 US, so that 75 euros will be above the price. So can you decrease the price of the test for other markets?
Yeah, of course, because we have quite the margin on our test kits to reach a break-even point in a reasonable amount of time. And we, as I said, we talked to professionals, and they told us that this is something they would still pay for this because it's really a problem in their day-to-day life. And yeah, of course, our test kits per se are not that expensive to build, and we can build them in-house, so we don't have a lot of margins from other external producers of course, later on, yes, but we are still able to produce our test kits really cheap because it's a technology that is mass producible, and yeah, so we can lower the price, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, then one last question.
Hi, Vivek Pachari from Aachen. So very nice pitch. So thank you.
Thank you.
The question is coming back to this this timeline that you have from in-house production to market entry. So you are doing that in 1 year. This is amazing.
No. That's just relative. So that's our market entry, and the in-house production just has to show that we are able to have our in-house production at the start. So we already can produce everything we have in-house.
So in your pitch, you said that you will pass the German regulations in 1 year before the market entry.
No, 2 years. So around 2 years. So that's what we estimated. Yeah, so we plan to have this, and also by providing university hospitals first, we plan to establish our product already during the clinical tests.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's continue to the next pitch. Okay, the next pitch is from Portugal, and they are called, I have to check the name. Make Sensing from Portugal. Oh yeah. Who's going to pitch? Yes. There you go. This is the click. This is the microphone. Make sure it's close to your mouth.
Just testing. Okay,
And
very
make sure
cool.
to be that you're not in the light. So either stand to the side.
I like to move and just walk around.
Yeah.
I don't like to be standing behind, so I can just stay in front. Or...
Yeah, if you stay in front, but try to stay over here. Because otherwise your head will show in the slides.
Ah, because of the projector.
So if you stay in this area over here, that's fine.
Then, thank you so much. Also, can I kick at some point, or I'll wait for everyone to be shut?
No, just start the presentation.
No.
Oh, they will keep talking until you start.
No, seriously. Dear audience, were you aware of traumatic brain injury before the event? Because I can most assure you that we were not. And that's how we began our journey, in complete darkness. With this quiet average of 69 million of injuries per year, most of which remained undiagnosed, it is overwhelming to think that out of those 69 million, 55.2 million are just milder injuries. And you might ask, well, is it really a problem if it's just a mild injury? To which we respond that, well, the injury sure is mild, but that's not the consequences if disregarded by the victim. As many articles point out, one cannot just rely on the name, because the consequences of TBI, or at least the cost of untreated TBI, is unbearable, regardless of severity, as you can see from all of these sources. And that's when we understood that we needed to take action. We understood we need to seek a solution for the uncertainty of having TBI after a recent accident in the least time-consuming way possible, for both medical professionals and also victims of TBI. Of course, that brings us to our customers, which are both medical professionals and TBI victims. These were some of the results we got from interviewing both targets, because we needed to understand what are their jobs, what do they need, what are their pains, where can we aid, and more also, very importantly, where can we create gains for them. Firstly, beginning with our channel partners, our business, medical, local centers, hospitals, whom we can simplify the procedures, which allows for immediate clinical follow-up, but also to provide a powerful solution, which is also easy to use, easy to acquire, which allows local medical centers to absorb some of the pressure out of hospitals, which are always overwhelmed with tasks, with people, because they are the ones more capable. But if we distribute that same power, we can achieve a much more powerful diagnosis. For our business, for our healthcare customers, which is similar, we focus on their safety. We don't want to overtake MRI and CT scans because those techniques are incredibly specific. But we want to make sure that we have a way to complement it, to make sure that people don't have to wait 3 to 4 months in the best countries to get a diagnosis. In Portugal, just for you to have an idea, if you're able to wait for at least a year, you were very lucky, because in most cases, you would wait for 2 to 3 years, and if it's milder, probably you will not even be able to be diagnosed. That's what we want to tackle. Of course, none of these will matter if we are not able to be trusted by our customers. That's why we need to be in person, either in meaningful advertisements or doing in-person campaigns, such as in schools to target the youth, or in the hospitals or tech events. And of course, it doesn't matter to have a relationship if you cannot nurture it. And for us, that's very important. That's why we have a key activity to develop reliable and ever-improving devices, which are only possible if we constantly listen to feedback from both ends to understand what goes wrong, where can we fix it, what kind of features can we implement in our devices for that. In such an environment, for instance, insurance companies can feel compelled to include our devices in their health plans and thus motivate their clients to seek diagnosis, which helps reduce the risk of future potential expenditures in medical costs, thus helping them as well. Of course, this can only be possible after achieving one very key activity, which is the CE approval. Without this, we are not able to go to any kind of market. We first will target the Portuguese market because we have a partnership with one hospital already, but then we'll expand to Spain, which are other partnerships possible. This is our financial viability. In the 5th year, we were able to get a return on investment of around 50%, with an internal rate of return of 18% in the 6th year, with just an initial investment of 160,000. Thank you so much. And it's our reference. We appreciate your attention and move to your questions.
Well, thanks a lot for this awesome pitch. Are there any questions from the jury or from the room itself?
Thank you for your presentation. One thing that I did not fully understand from it was whether you're targeting patients directly. At least that's my understanding.
No, we're a business-to-business consumer structure, so we target hospitals, then they distribute to their patients.
But if you had one slide on creating the trust with your, no.
Sorry?
The one before.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was trying to understand what was how to create this incentive for patients to get their diagnosis.
Yes.
Because you need to motivate them to be tested. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on how exactly you plan to do that.
That's the most challenging part for this task, for sure. And that's why we have these slides here, because the only way we can achieve that is if we are trusted by them. If we make them clear that even if you are unsure of your traumatic, if you have actually a disease or not, if you are injured, you should take care of, try just to diagnose this. And because our intent is to produce meaningful advertisement. We even have some sketches, not in the presentation, of how to make sure that our diagnosis is incredibly fast, and nobody will ever be impacted in their schedule to just diagnose themselves.
But I believe, beside the issue of trust, I wonder whether there is also a sufficient urge among the patients to get tested.
Yes. From our
and whether you have empirical data to support
yes,
us or
yes.
interview insights.
We interviewed multiple Portuguese citizens. We weren't aware if they were, in fact, positive for TBI, but we wanted to get an idea without of discriminating which scenario we were in. And from our interviews, which were still plenty, at least statistically relevant, it was clear that people, if the test was below 20 minutes, they would try it if they had an accident in the same day. Above 20 minutes, they wouldn't. That's our estimates.
So convenience is an important factor.
Yes,
not,
yes.
It's not, yeah. So, but I still kind of miss the urge for them to get tested.
That's true.
So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I see there's one question online. So.
Okay. Great to see you over there, and congrats for your work. We'll have first and second question if possible. Well, the first one, you mentioned in the beginning that healthcare professionals and patients, or victims, are your customers. My question here is, are they your customers? Are they your users, or just beneficiaries of the data, of the result of your test? So this is the first question. The second one, you mentioned that you need a kind of a pre-seed of around 160,000 euros, but this is the only amount that you need to get the product to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions, Professor Hugo. So your first question was again, can you repeat the first question, please? Just so that I...
Yes, are patients or TBI victims, as you call them, and healthcare professionals your customers?
Okay, yeah.
Or are
yes.
they your users or beneficiaries of the results? And if they are not, who is actually your customer?
Our direct customers are our channel partners, which are hospitals, medical, healthcare establishments. Our patients or healthcare customers are more of an indirect customer. They benefit from our device. They don't buy it from us directly, yes. For the second question, that's the initial investment, the working capital we need to get the equipment to keep going. Of course, to achieve the break-even point, we need more investment to keep purchasing material, to keep on selling the products. So that would be to €500,000 to be able to, that's our largest negative cash flow in the third year or fourth year before the break-even point, which is the fifth year.
Probably much more than that.
Yes, it was an underestimation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next question from the jury.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I'm going to continue with the question of my colleague here, because you said indirect targeting the patients. So, but you will target patient by getting more awareness. You know, maybe on TV, commercial ads, like in America. But are you not concerned about patients now wanting to get tested every time they fall, every time they have some sort of injury, and getting the overflow to the emergency departments, which is a big problem, at least here in the Netherlands, but probably also in Portugal. So have you talked about this with healthcare professionals as well? Is this something that they would like? Or, for instance, do you maybe need like a step in between to guide patients on what to do, not just to tell them go to the emergency department?
Yes, that's a very good question. That because in the beginning of our business plan, we thought about doing an intermediate step before, but that was before the interviews with medical professionals, to which they explained to us in Portugal, at least, that it wouldn't work with the intermediate step because probably it was most likely for people not to pick up the calls.
I'm sorry?
So it was most likely for the secretary and the services not to pick up the calls because they are always very overwhelmed. So we understood that we needed to not have an intermediate step and just make sure that everyone understood how important it would be so that they would feel hurried to do it, not to go to emergency services, but because the product of our device is that they can go to local medical centers, which are near residential zones, and thus it's more closer, more near, not necessarily point of care, but closer to people's homes. But we needed to make sure that people understood how critical it would be and what is the impact of even a milder traumatic brain injury in their day-to-day lives.
So, but
yes, sorry?
So if you go to like not the emergency department but health centers, I'm not sure how that works in your country, but okay, then the patient come in. Is there then also contact with a medical professional, because you need a medical professional
Yes.
to?
In Portugal, that's exactly how it is. Usually we have to go to a local medical center, and then the health medical professionals will immediately follow up with the right people in the hospital. Because if it's a company trying to do that, it will be much more difficult.
But that could be like an added value that you as a company could give the medical professionals that support. So for in future, that would take care of the capacity problem at the medical centers and EDs.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. We'll continue to the next pitch. Big round of applause, and then. I want to ask Ike Sense forward from Germany. Are you going to pitch?
Yes, I'm going
to. Okay, great. Make sure that the microphone is close to your mouth and don't move it too much, because then the volume.
Is it okay to move here, this side, or what's exactly the
Yeah.
problem? Is the side here? Or?
No. The problem with the noise is fixed, I believe. But if you want to move around, make sure to be over here, because if I stand too much to the right, you see my face coming
Here,
into
this
the.
side.
Yeah, you can be over here, and otherwise you can stand behind the counter.
No, I would like to stay.
Yeah, okay.
It should be here, this side.
Yeah,
so I can move around here.
Yeah, as long as you're not here in the middle, because then, or you have to be forward enough.
Is it okay if it cracks a lot that I just turn off the
No,
mic
because then
and
the
my
live
call?
stream can't hear you. But it won't start cracking, I believe. I hope so.
So this.
Oh, you're going to use the clicker. So make sure you're forward enough, because if you stand backwards, you see your face
Yes,
coming into
but
the
they
live
can
stream.
still see the slides well.
Yeah, exactly. Yes? And make sure you to talk in the microphone. Yes? Good luck.
Is my voice level okay? Can you all hear me? So it's not here, so from this side, I'll be careful. So I think my voice level is okay, so I'm ready. 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, 10 people are diagnosed with traumatic brain injury, TBI, which means 69 million people are affected by TBI every year globally. And the biggest problem is 8 out of these 10 are mild cases, especially children and elderly, whose symptoms could be hardly diagnosed with conventional diagnosing method. And only 10% of CT scans can diagnose mild TBI properly. We Team ACENS created a companion for doctors, assisting them to make better decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Gadget, our fast, user-friendly, and cost-effective biosensor to detect traumatic brain injury. With just a small amount of blood for your fingertip, our point-of-care biosensor shows a result in 3 minutes in GFAP concentration. And this can be easily used by medical professionals. Our channel material, ITO, indium tin oxide, it's well known for its cost-effectiveness, and it's commercially well-established. Our business is based on the razor and blade model. Razor, our readout system for 1,000 euros with very low margin, and blade, our one-time use chips for 20 euros per unit as our main revenue stream. We're offering 1-year contract with at least 150 chips per month combined with our customer service. And additionally, we want to collaborate with insurance for testing costs to lessen patients' burden. To achieve our goal to make the market entry in 6 years, we're starting with proof of concept. Then, preclinical testing and patent initiation. Our main focus will be clinical trials and acquiring for regulations of our biosensor. And in the 6th year, we're entering the market. After the market launch, we want to focus on the German market first. In Germany, there are about 1,900 hospitals in total. And in the first year, we're starting with 80 hospitals in NRW region, gaining 1 million euros net profits. These 80 customers are getting for the first month of our 1-year contract free of charge as our marketing strategy. And in the following year, we're doubling the number of our customers. And then we're expanding our market to entire Germany. With our aim to reach, by 2032, 10 million euros net profits. And at this point, we'll also be ready to enter further European markets, starting with Italy. Every year, we want to invest at least 19% of our profits on R&D and innovation for our product variation. Yes or no biosensor for mass testing, personalized one for athletes, and multiplex with further biomarkers. This makes it possible to enlarge our customer segments and get higher profits. Thank you very much to IW Institute, Meyer Children's Hospital Uniklinik Aachen, Yamaichi Electronics, and Aachen Startup Ecosystem, and my dear team members, Exens, for supporting us to make more feasible ideas. Exens, together for a healthy brain. Thank you. Before we start with the question, I would like to introduce our mascot. It's Stella. It's astrocyte, which contains GFAP. So I would like to introduce my proud team members. So we're ready for the questions.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. First question, from the jury or from the room?
Thank you very much for the exciting pitch. So you've mentioned that you will have 3 rounds of financing to reach your market entry. Who will be these investors, and what will be the advantage of being the first investors versus a third investor maybe a couple of years later?
So our idea is basically to start with by applying for different grants at the beginning and also getting financing from capital venture or business angels. During this 6-year period, we at least planned 8.5 million euros because we want to apply for patents, and also we want our main focus to be the clinical trials. And to go within these 6 years to enter the market, for the market entry.
Okay, and well, if you want to complete, yeah.
So for the first year, we have already been well established in the startup ecosystem in Aachen. So we know that there is a grant from the NRA, the state government. It's called Axis, and that could finance us for the proof of concept, for sure. And then after that, we have already contacted also AGIT, which is an agency for fundings in our Aachen ecosystem that already introduced us to a few business angels. And then after that, we plan to be financed through Series A, but of course we have to talk with the business angels as they will be seeking a lot of equity from us at that time, and yeah, that will be, it's very important.
Yep. Yep. So maybe so for the angels, a 7 to 8 years return on investment is a bit long. So how do you expect to convince them to invest for such a long period of time, and what would be the equity, for example, that you would be giving away if you go for this route?
So for the business angel, of course, there are not just investors, they are like the most, they are also kind of like our coaches, you can say. So relationship is the key, that's for sure. But of course, by showing them that we are a team and that is capable of doing this, I believe we could convince them. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see a question in the back. Please try and repeat the question shortly after it has been asked, because otherwise the live stream can't follow.
Point of care, yes. What point of care biosensor in the hospital to make it so they can use a
Yes, it's going to be the point of care biosensor that the medical professionals can use it very easily, and on the side, yes.
I can go through a little bit of our expected, not expected, but we have already talked to multiple doctors about this. This is a typical patient journey. So they come to the hospital and they get blood tests. What we want to is like one part will go to the centrifuge to turn into blood plasma, and then later on, get the other parameters important for the patient. But the other part, the whole blood, the capillary blood, will be used by us. And then we want like multiple tests to be done throughout, at least 3 times, recommended by Dr. Flavio Giordano. And then after that, we could have a better overview, like how's the temporal profile of GFAP is going on through these patients.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Atigani. So the cartridge we're using right now can also be a little bit modified to be a complete point-of-care system. And we could be able to use whole blood in that case, which means that a nurse or a primary healthcare practitioner could perform the test very easily, and within 3 minutes, we would already have a result. That would, of course, mean that the GFAP has already been in the blood for a little bit. That means at least half an hour or an hour after the initial incident, but that would be the case for all biosensors based on a blood sample. And for our multiplex sensor and the more personalized one, we're thinking that it would be the team athletes that are targeted as patients, which means that the team doctors would be the ones performing the test, again, as a point-of-care test, which means that nobody needs to go to the hospital unless the sensor says so.
Then? Okay, that's sure. I see a question here in the jury. And then after that, we go to the question online.
Yeah, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I really liked, if I would be an investor, I would really like the market entry scenario that you have pointed out, as well as also the growth scenario within Germany and afterwards abroad. So it's so convincing to me that I'm wondering, why has no one else become to this idea so far? Let's say there's already a few companies that have already a similar biosensor at the market. What distinguishes you from these already established companies, like Abbott, for instance, and why haven't they entered? If the market scenario that you have pointed out is so compelling, why haven't anyone else been using it so far? And what distinguishes you from them that makes you successful? Please tell me.
Hi, I'm Francesca, and yes, I mean, we are completely aware of the fact that there are big names on this field, and first of all is Abbott, but what can actually distinguish us from, I mean, make us a bit competitive in comparison to these big companies is that we are really close to the real clinical practice, let's say, and that's why we also established collaboration with Mayo Children's Hospital in Florence. This is the city where I'm studying in. And so by having really close contact with doctors, in particular, we established a connection with Dr. Flavio Giordano and all his team, which is a neurosurgeon. We can really tailor our end users' needs. So this means the doctors, which are the let's say the professionals which are using this, and then the patient, which are the main benefiters of this biosensor. So while understanding their needs, we can tailor our device and so meet their real requests. I hope this answers your questions.
Okay, yeah, and to some extent, I was mainly looking at the point like maybe there's also differences in the healthcare systems in, let's say, the home country of Abbott and maybe the German healthcare system, which might bring you a benefit. So maybe this is also something that you could comment on.
Yes, for example, what my colleague was mentioning about insurances, this is something really connected to the German healthcare system. In comparison, instead, for example, in Italy, this is working differently. And so this means we can maybe take the best from each system and so better understand how to go to the market and make this idea as feasible as we can, let's say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then we do one last question from the online jury. There are 2 questions online, so I don't know either of 2.
So congratulations for your work and thank you for your enthusiastic pitch. So one quick question. So this rationale to start from Germany, going into Italy, and as you mentioned, you have different systems for healthcare payment. Why this transition and not going towards a country that will be more akin to Germany, your learning in Germany? Why Italy?
Again, I'm studying in Italy. I was in Aachen for exchange experience, and the reason why we are starting with Italy right after Germany is that we are in really close relationships. There's also an official partnership, let's say. And so we are in direct contact with the doctor part. We are a team with all different but all technical backgrounds. So having someone who is guiding us into the clinical part, let's say, was really precious to us to really understand which patients' needs are and how actually doctors are working in the real everyday clinical practice.
I'd like to add shortly, of course, our goal will be the whole Europe. And of course, I just mentioned Italy because we want to use the advantage that he studies in Italy and also have a very close relationship with the hospital. But still, the Aachen is where the Belgium and Netherlands, and we have a very close to the border. So maybe we also could start with the Belgium and the Netherlands and to go farther with Italy. Yes.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. The 15 minutes are up, sadly. So a big hand of applause for iSense. And then we will continue with Team Pulse from Belgium. Okay, who is going to pitch? You're going to pitch. Okay, so make sure the microphone is close to your face and don't use your hand too much.
Which one is the next?
Yeah, this one.
This one.
Okay, and you can.
Point at this one?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You can stand whatever you want, so don't go too far to the left because that's where the cracking happens. And if you can, try to step a bit forward because if you go too far back, you'll see my head start to appear in the slide, and you don't want that.
I'm gonna stand.
Yeah, you're gonna stand there.
Yeah.
Okay, go. Find your first slide.
All right, here we go. Can everybody hear me? My name is Robert Forsyth, and I'm here to present the translational potential pitch on behalf of Pulse at KU Leuven. Traumatic brain injury, or TBI, is one of the leading causes of death and disability in adults. TBIs are caused by sudden bumps or blows to the head, which can lead to short or long-term physical impairment based on the level of severity of the injury, which varies from mild to moderate to severe. In Europe, TBIs alone were responsible for 1.5 million hospital admissions per year, and costs associated with diagnosing and treating TBI totaled nearly 14 billion euros. This is largely because the clinical pipeline for diagnosing and treating TBI is generally inefficient. Between 70 and 90% of TBIs are mild, meaning that they rarely require further medical intervention. To determine if further medical intervention is necessary, patients are generally subjected to 2 screening procedures. First, a physical examination to gauge the level of severity of the injury, and then a CT scan to confirm the location of the injury in the brain. However, even though CT scans are the gold standard for determining the level of severity, they are expensive, require specialized staff to operate, expose patients to radiation risk, and most importantly, are unnecessary for 90% of TBI patients. The Pulse Easy system aims to revolutionize the way that TBI is diagnosed and treated. After a blow to the head, a protein called GFAP is released into the bloodstream, and our specialized cartridge technology is able to specifically and sensitively detect GFAP in order to give a quantitative measurement as to the extent of TBI injury. This allows it to integrate nicely into the clinical pipeline for treating TBI. At point of care, a doctor can simply conduct a quick blood test to determine if a patient can be discharged or requires further medical intervention based on the level of GFAP. In the case that they do require further medical intervention, the Pulse Easy's measurement serves as an additional quantitative measurement as to the extent of TBI injury to improve the doctor's ability to prognose TBI. This is of obvious advantage to hospitals and patients alike by cutting costs on unnecessary CT scans, freeing up resources and specialized equipment for patients in greater need, and by improving doctors' ability to prognose TBI. We intend to market these advantages in a simple 4-phase plan. First, by testing and optimizing the product before securing our intellectual property in the form of patents. After spinning off from KU Leuven, we intend to secure a solid base of sales in the Benelux market, starting with connections that we already have through KU Leuven. Then, we will move to expanding to the greater European market before broadening our portfolio of biomarkers, since our cartridge technology is highly adaptable to other TBI biomarkers. To guide us along this journey, we've constructed a detailed financial plan to acquire 5% of the TBI medical device market. Although in the first phases we'll be unable to put the product to market for sales, we will require 1.5 million in seed funding to keep us afloat during this period. But after 6 years, we will begin to hit a break-even point and become stably profitable. To support us along this journey, we have a number of stakeholders. Partners and suppliers like PalmSense, HiTest, Metrome, and KU Leuven have provided us with the tools and guidance necessary to create an optimized product. And in addition to financial support from our customers, we can rely on positive testimony from patient advocacy groups to support our journey as a company. In conclusion, we believe we're the right team to bring the Pulse system to market and revolutionize the way TBI is diagnosed and treated. I can answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for the pitch. Any questions from the room or the jury? Everything was clear.
Yeah.
The first
Hopefully
question.
I answered everything.
Yes, thank you very much for that very enthusiastic presentation. I have a question regarding the IP pipeline that you've mentioned in the beginning before market entry. So can you roll out a little bit and elaborate on the strategy, how you think that you can create novelty with your approach against already existing IP that is already available on the market, and how do you foresee that you really have maybe even a patent family at some point?
Well, the cartridge system already has a number of, it's based on patented technology through KU Leuven, which we can use. So that already is secured. But there are patents pending about GFAP as a test, but as long as we expand to other biomarkers, we can create multiplex tests that are patented as well. But we're pretty confident that we can secure intellectual property through those means. But our cartridge technology is already patented.
In case you could not, on the GFAP or maybe even the multiplexing, could not acquire any additional IP, would that be, let's say, a killer for your application? Or is there any, let's say, way around, or maybe even some sort of other strategies that you could follow?
Yes, in the absolute worst case scenario where we can't patent anything and we have to leave GFAP alone, There are other chronic biomarkers like auto GFAP, which predict TBI's recovery process. So we could change this test easily. The cartridge technology is very adaptable to create a business where instead of diagnosing at point of care TBI, we can help providers improve the rehabilitation experience for patients by detecting the chronic biomarkers that are present months or years after injury. So we can easily pivot if we need to.
I was also thinking in the direction maybe of partnering up with someone to use your already existing IP on the cartridge system, maybe with some company that has IP on the multiplexing.
Yeah, Abbott is a patent pending for certain GFAP tests for TBI. We'd absolutely be interested if they wanted to partner with us. So there's a number of directions we can pivot if everything goes wrong, but it's not going to. We're a very confident and enthusiastic team.
Yes, first question here.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. You're selecting a point-of-care solution for this test. An alternative could be a conventional lab test. A conventional laboratory test.
Yeah.
Why is your choice for point-of-care?
It'll be easier for rehabilitation centers. There are a number of places in the U.S. that are adjacent to hospitals, but function mainly as physical rehabilitation centers. This offers a much cheaper way to test at point of care in those locations where they might not have specialized equipment. So there's a market there, and there are similar entities in Europe that we can expand to.
Thank you.
Hi, just a question on the 5% market share. I didn't really understand if that's market share of CT scans or is it market share of point-of-care testing? Can you elaborate on that and why 5%?
I am Martin from Team Pulse. 5% of TBI, the amount of TBI cases per year, of which is mild. So we looked at the European population, the amount of TBI cases per year, and we took then, based on research, we took then the percentage of mild TBI cases, and we said, okay, 5% of this market of the tests or the patients that go to emergency care units, we then use that value to calculate the amount of revenue we'd accumulate by selling our device or using the test.
So just a quick follow-up on this 5% number. Why so unambitious? If you've got a hospital that is going to put that into their pathways, then that's their pathways. And no other patient will come in with a suspicion of mild TBI and go for CT directly. So it's not 5% for that hospital, it will be 100%.
Yes, that's true, but the 5% came from some cases of TBI. Doctors would go past the TBI. If you do a Glasgow Common Scale measurement and you see the patient has a severe, you can see if he has severe TBI. Some doctors might possibly just bypass the test. So we were thinking more conservatively in that regard, just to say, in some cases, if the patient is barely conscious, what's the point of doing the test? And although the majority of the tests are mild, we were just taking a more conservative approach and making sure that we had all the bases covered when we were doing these calculations, not to be too ambitious with the values. But as you can see, the values are reasonable, and it's a viable business.
Thank you.
Yes, the online question, please.
Yes, so thank you. I just wanted to understand if you did any survey or interviews to your potential clients so that you can understand their actual needs and eventually the willingness to buy your solution considering your target price.
Yes, we spoke with the doctor about his experiences diagnosing TBI and the best way to move into the clinical pipeline. From a research center in Antwerp, for the TBI center.
Yeah, and did you discuss with him potential target prices that you have for your solution?
I don't think we discussed with him directly the prices, but we based our price on the competitors. The most significant competitor everybody has mentioned, the Abbott iStat alinity test, and we aimed to create a test that is cheaper than that so we could enter the market a little bit easier. We didn't discuss the price directly with him, but if people are willing to pay that much for the Abbott test, we think a cheaper test would be more beneficial. So that's where we based our price
I
point.
think it would be interesting to discuss not only with one, but a couple of the potential clients if they are actually willing to pay a bit more, even if it's an alternative to Abbott, so you can actually take more profit from your business. So this is just a suggestion.
No, absolutely. We'd love to make more money.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Vivek Bachari from Aachen. I have a question about the value proposition that you have. Yeah, so for your test, so it was 40 euro each test and 3,000 euro for the readout device. What is your plans to go international, and do you think this price segment also fits to the international market needs?
Well, we'll need to adjust to the international market needs.
How would you do that?
Well, we need to optimize our cartridge technology a little bit further so that we can reduce the price point. At the moment, it's based on we're making a very conservative estimate to make sure that this company will be profitable even in the worst case scenario. But we can continue to optimize the procedure for manufacturing our cartridges, the simple technology on there, and hopefully reduce the price point to be able to enter the international markets competitively. But for Europe, this price point should be competitive enough to ensure a profitable company, even if the worst happens and we're not able to improve.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, one final question. If there are no more questions, then we can also continue. No more online questions? No? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And then and we will continue to the next pitch from SensUs. Are you going to pitch?
The two of us.
The two of us, yeah, oh, great. Make sure to stand a bit on the right here, a bit forward. Because if you go too far back, you will see that my head starts to pop up in the slides, and you don't want that. So maybe just to stand here. Yeah, you can click with this clicker, you will go to the next slide. And the microphone, make sure that it's over here, and don't move it around too much, because then the volume will start to fly here. Microphones.
Oh, excellent.
There we go. Okay, so make sure you're in front of the desk. Yeah, that's great. There we go. So you can move around.
Give me some
elbow room.
All right. Hello. Cool. So we are SensUs. I'm Liam.
And my name is Abisha.
And this is our translational potential pitch. So our problem identification, there's 69 million cases of TBI worldwide each year, with traditional diagnosis being lengthy, expensive, and subjective. Our goal is to make a biosensor that's portable and reusable, allowing for rapid testing results, which will help clinicians, help patients get better care, and help insurance companies and hospitals pay less money for the care. The products. Hello. Good, good. The products and services that we'd be providing is a point-of-care diagnostic test for GFAP, helping to quantify TBI diagnosis. This creates, this gain creator would be enabling rapid quantification of TBI severity immediately after they occur through the quantification of GFAP. The pain relievers here are reducing the cost associated with TBI diagnosis by avoiding advanced imaging, which adds a lot of the cost of the diagnosis, improving timeliness of evaluation, and reducing healthcare inefficiencies in the US.
In order to transition from a proof of concept to a business, we need to engage several key partners, the first of which include medical professionals and device distributors. Doctors, nurses, and EMTs can provide feedback about their working conditions and commonly used technologies so that we can improve our device to be as intuitive as possible. Device distributors will also give us increased exposure to hospitals and clinics, and our product will help differentiate their portfolios. Another important key partner is professional sports organizations. In the United States in particular, the National Football League has come under criticism for mishandling TBI cases and has had to pay over $1 billion in lawsuits. By partnering with us, they can get some good publicity while we benefit from their standing as a major professional sporting league. Some of the key activities we will engage in to set up our business will be creating a marketing and sales strategy, establishing a research and development group, and pursuing regulatory compliance. For marketing and sales, we will target the business-to-business market directly and sell directly to device distributors. We will attend entrepreneurship and biomedical engineering conferences to meet key stakeholders, and we will also establish a digital presence. Those key stakeholders will be particularly important as those who are interested will be invited to join a board of advisors, and they can give us feedback for continuous improvement. We will also pursue regulatory compliance by securing a patent and obtaining FDA approval. A few key features of our device to highlight are safety and sustainability. The enclosure is made out of polylactic acid, an industrially compostable material. We have a reusable hardware module, and it is easy to separate the biohazard waste from the reusable component.
So our total available, is this one? Good? Oh, the total available market that we'd be serving would be all patients with TBI cases in the US each year, which is around 3 million cases. 1.5 million of these cases come from sports each year on average, and the imaging cost to diagnose these cases is around $1,300 US. So the future market outlook looks like this device existing in hospital emergency rooms for early classification of TBI, and at professional and school sporting teams to assess a player's ability to return to play after a TBI has occurred. The current gold standard for diagnosing is imaging and just analyzing apparent symptoms, leaving a gap for our device in the market. And if we reach 10% of TBI cases, around 300,000 cases in the US, and 10% of hospitals and urgent care centers, around 1,700 centers in the US at $15 per test and $2,000 per hardware set, we could bring in $6.2 million in revenue.
Thank you so much for attending our pitch, and if you have any questions, we would be happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Yes, first question.
Okay, thanks, team SensUs. Of course, I have the privilege to also know all the work you did before, as I was helping coaching the teams throughout the contest. And I remember discussing this idea on whether you should focus on the National Sports League. And so from this presentation, so I think you still mention it also as one of your key partners, but I'm not sure whether this is now a beachhead market for you, a first market segment to focus on, to give you some, to give you credibility perhaps in other market segments, or whether it's not, but no longer part of your market targeting. So basically, I'm the customer segment. Are you focusing on? I forgot the exact name, but the national NFL. Yeah. Are you targeting them first, or are you do you have a broader or a different?
I would say it's
focus?
Somewhat of a two-pronged approach. We're still looking to partner with device distributors to make sure that across the country this is a device that people can have access to, but sporting leagues in particular would also be a market that benefits. They're more likely to adopt new technology, and they would benefit from something that can be used on the sidelines in the middle of matches. So it's a dual approach.
Yeah, that's clear. And have you thought of the consequences for your business model? Because I also saw you will rely on device distribution centers. Would that apply only when targeting NFL, or is that? So, what are the differences in your business model? Is it only related to distribution channels and how you manage the relationship with your customer, or are they yeah? How complex would it be to combine those business models?
I don't know if I'm fully understanding the question.
I would say from at least from a pharmaceutical standpoint, we use distribution centers. So using a distribution center to distribute our devices shouldn't be an issue in the US because it's a very common mode of supplying the market. So we don't foresee major issues, especially if we're able to manufacture within the United States.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation. I have one question regarding the exact application of your sensor. And so you just commented on that, like maybe even on the sideline of a match. And I would like to know, how exactly do you foresee that this would be done? Like who would be doing the test? Is it the player himself, the trainer? Is it a medical professional? And then I would like to know, at what time point would you do the test? Like right after a crash, does the player has to be leaving the game? Or so how does a trainer make a decision to take the player off the game?
Okay, I can start answering the first part of that question, which there are frequently sports medical professionals on the sidelines attending these games, and they would be a good person to conduct the test. And as far as timing,
yeah, as stated in the IP previously given by SensUs, it would take between an hour and I think maybe 3 hours for the GFAP to be present in the blood. Now, with the timeline of major sporting events, especially NFL games can last, 4 or 5 hours with commercials and halftime and everything. So it would allow players that got injured earlier in the game to potentially get back in the game or determine whether they need to go to a emergency center or not. These sports teams have full medical facilities usually in their stadiums that would allow for the use of this device, and they also have physicians available throughout the entire game to perform the test, even though our device doesn't require the use by a trained professional. It simply needs to be able to take a blood sample.
Perfect. Okay, that's actually exactly where I wanted to go, like the time that the GFAP needs to go into the bloodstream. And yes, you're right, 1 to 3 hours. So maybe for most of the games, I hope they will not last much longer than 3 hours. So mostly the players will be difficult to be rejoining the team after. But yeah, maybe they can get a quicker response before they enter a hospital or something like that. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe a bit more on the marketing strategies between the two different business models. So I think you would approach a hospital differently than the NFL. So could you elaborate on that a bit more? How do you do that in the US? Or
I would say that part of it would be having a team of sales agents who are have a technical background and can develop personal relationships with whoever's in charge of purchasing decisions for each segment of the market. So that team itself should be able to address both very different market segments. And so connections with distribution facilities and with hospital administration, as well as connections within the sporting league would be sufficient to start to get them familiar with their device and start the request for quote process.
Okay.
Did I answer that question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Well, I can imagine that, like a commercial business as the NFL, you would have like a more outgoing market strategy. Like really approaching. And in a different way than a hospital. Maybe even use 2 different teams, because in the hospital you have to like approach a healthcare professional, well, preferably a laboratory professional, but no one knows those people. So that's a bit. How do you like choose? How to approach or do your marketing, or
Yeah. So I think, and I don't know if this is how it works everywhere, but I know, especially in the US, professional sports teams, their physicians also have their everyday practice. So they're not working with the sports teams full time. So getting into hospitals first and meeting those physicians that also work with the sports teams is a great way to get your foot in the door. So I know if we were able to develop the relationships with the physicians in their everyday practice, they may, once the device is vetted and once they're comfortable using it, bring it to their, I would say, more VIP clients with the, athletes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions maybe in the back? From the jury then? No online questions? Okay, well, thank you, SensUs. Yeah. And now we will continue to the last pitch of this round from SensWork from the Netherlands. Wie gaat er pitchen? You say, okay. Okay, make sure to stand a bit in the front, because if you can look backwards now, you see your head is in the slide. So make sure you are over here. Make sure the microphone's somewhere close to your mouth, and don't move it around too much, because then the volume starts dipping. Just stand still like this, and you can walk around a bit if you want. Yes? Good. Okay.
Oh, je start. Oh,
Jij hebt ja.
En links?
Ja. Dat je de moe pakken even dat iedereen. All right, if everyone is ready, then I'd like to start. We're Team SensWork from the Wageningen University. My name is Gertjan, and this is my colleague Tessa. TBI is diagnosed. I'm sorry. About 70 million cases of TBI are reported annually worldwide, and this is a global health cost burden of about 80 billion euros. We identified a clear bottleneck in the current diagnosis, as it is hard to objectively and accurately diagnose this TBI through neuroscans and a patient's anamnesis, especially for the mild and the mild to moderate cases. The problem also means that patients are put into CT scans quite unnecessarily, as this is not accurately enough, which means that the hospitals experience capacity strains. Our solution to this is the implementation of a quick, sensitive, cost-efficient, and quantitative biosensor. This can impact in 2 ways. If TBI is suspected, the patient and the doctor gain a better supported base to continue with necessary CT scans, and the patient gains a better supported TBI diagnosis. If TBI is not immediately suspected, then the patient gains earlier clarity about its situation, and this relieves hospital capacity strains. According to our literature research, this can be about an estimated of 30% less unnecessary CT scans for TBI. We developed a lateral flow biosensor. We are all familiar with it during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's easy to use, quick, and quite cheap, relatively. But we developed a quantitative version that is also sensitive enough and still small enough to fit in the palm of your hand.
To put this into perspective, if we compare our price, we can compete with competitors, not only for our test strip, but also for our readout device. Besides, we target a completely different market. And based on our value properties of our biosensor and through the experience of all our interviewees, our biosensor would fit really well in general practitioners and hospitals. And then we first focus on general practices and hospitals in the Netherlands before expanding into Europe. So we propose to sell our test kits for 10 euros and our reader for 800. Thereby we want to establish a razor blade model, but to shorten our time to market and to decrease the risk for our customers, we want to lease and co-develop our product with our first customers. If we then sell our biosensor to 1/3 of Dutch hospitals and they use it to diagnose other TBI cases, we expect to break even after 10 years. But this is not yet taking into account further market expansion outside of Europe, outside of the Netherlands, or to other market segments, such as employers of risk groups, such as professional sports clubs. So at first, we focus on optimizing our biosensor, and we'll also increasingly focus on obtaining our validations, such as CE certification and ISO, which are really crucial when entering the human diagnostic market. And after that, we also focus on our production, distribution, sales and support, and of course, marketing. I want to conclude this pitch by thanking our partners, our coaches, and all our interviewees. Thank you for listening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, first question. Yes, in the back. No, please raise your voice, and then if you can shortly repeat the question after you ask it, then it's also hearable on the live stream.
So we compared what are the funding that other startups usually start with. So that would be this number, but I totally agree with you that this is a short-term version, and eventually we'll need more investments and probably like 5 million. But this is just for the start.
Thank you very much for the pitch. If I look at the same this slide as well, so what will be the ramp up of the test kit sales? Because let's say if I take the case you have here on the screen, 120,000 euros per year does not even cover the cost of salaries, for example, for the team. So what will be the ramp up, and what would be the projections to break even in 10 years?
The 120,000 per year is still at the start. So only with the Dutch hospitals and what we estimated. But we of course hope that we will be able later, so after that 10 years, to also, or even before the 10 years, to also include other hospitals also within Europe and not only the Netherlands.
So to break even, you have to reach a larger market than Netherlands. So otherwise, you would not break even. Is that, if I understood correctly, the answer is that you cannot break even with the Dutch market only. You have to reach to the European market before you break even.
Can I add to this that our calculation was made with only 1/3 of Dutch hospitals, but only the TBI cases that they actually diagnose. So we also expect that there will be many cases that are suspected and eventually not diagnosed. But those are also tests that are run and that are paying for the cartridges. So yeah, that's also not included in this price yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks for your presentation. I have one question regarding the sustainability of your approach, and it's more and more becoming evident that nowadays we have to look also at the waste that we produce when bringing into market new products. So, could you elaborate on how do you generate a sustainable product in terms of the environment and in terms of environmental protection?
Yeah, so our test is lateral flow strip, so it's paper-based, so that's already considered quite sustainable. Furthermore, our reader and cartridge can be 3D printed, so we intend to use renewable resources, so PLA, for instance, to print that. Yeah, additions?
So we intend to only sell the cartridges to hospitals, meaning that we can deliver them in bulk and therefore also package them in bulk and hoping to reduce also the packaging waste.
Okay, all right, thanks. And the part of the test kit, is there some part that could be reused maybe?
The reader is reused, and we have our cartridges, but yeah, those are, since it's like biological material, hard to reuse, but it's very small, and I mean, yeah, the total waste will probably not be that much. If you could find a way to reuse even the cartridge that I have here, only the lateral flow strip itself would be the waste. But since it's biological material, you have to dispose it correctly. So.
All right, yeah, thanks. That's for that correct answer.
Yeah, one last question in the room, and then we can continue to the question online.
In your thank you slide, you mentioned all your interviewees. That triggered me in your last slide because I missed in the previous slides then what the outcome of all the interviews was. How would you then interpret the unmet need of what your interviewees told you, and what is then the intended use of the device that you're developing?
So you're asking why we're developing this?
No, I'm asking, the trigger is that you seem to have had a lot of interviewees, so I'm wondering what the insights are that you gained from the interviewees, because I haven't heard that.
All right, yeah, so we interviewed a neurologist, but also a TBI patient, and they all see that there could be a need into this device, as well, it could be really hard to voice what you have experienced, like that's not really objectively, but by making it quantitatively, the patient also gains a number to, well, what they experienced. That could give them a bit of relief, since only going about the diagnosis of your doctor could be still worrying to the patient, like, is it correctly diagnosed, yes or no? And this is what the neurologist also told us. This is what the TBI patient told us. So we thought, yeah, this is probably the correct solution to what is currently missing in the market.
Okay, then we can continue to the question online.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to understand how you deal with the intellectual property, given that lateral flow is a very common technique on the market right now, and also I would like to understand a bit on the device itself, as I believe this is a device from AMS. So can you elaborate on this, please?
So the device from AMS is fully patented. And for our cartridge or our strip, so the manner in which we make it quantitative, yeah, as far as we know, it's no patent on that.
Okay. So I guess you have a license from AMS to use the device?
That's true, yes.
Okay.
But maybe elaborating on that, since lateral flow, it kind of seems simple, but there's a lot of technique in it. And the way we put it together, we still kind of debating if you have to put a patent on it, since when you patent it, you also kind of expose all of your details. But if you're very secretive about a very complex strip, then you kind of can also have all the information for yourself, and when it's hard to recreate.
Yeah, what I meant is in terms of patentability, if if you are freedom to operate on this, because one thing is to keep your trade secrets and have your secrets. The other thing is, are you able to go to free to go to the market, not infringing any patents or whatever? Okay.
We have not really looked into that before, but as far as we know, there's not really a patent on it right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question, if there are any.
Nice pitch. I noticed on one slide, and you mentioned that you do some co-develop. There was a co-development phase, maybe with hospitals. What exactly does that relationship look like in terms of research and development with the hospital, but also financially and business-wise? What do you mean by co-development?
So research-wise, it would really be optimizing. So does it work now? What problems do you encounter? Is it user-friendly enough? So lease-wise, yeah, probably you lease the reader and pay for the cartridges, for instance. Yeah.
I guess does the hospital then, they're paying but also providing you feedback? Or what kind of incentive is there for them to work with you and pay money and also have to kind of do work with you?
Of course, it's cheaper. So we'll, yeah, work together. We help them, they help us. That's the idea.
Yep, clear, thanks.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, I think a big round of applause for Sen's work. Okay, thank you. Those were the pitches from the first part. Now we can continue to the partner market. It's in the Senaatzaal. That's just behind the Blauwe Zaal where we just had the opening. And after that, you have time for your lunch. Okay, thank you. And I'll see you in a bit.
Tja, tja. Zie je hem uitslaan, Peter? Peter, zie je hem uitslaan? Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oké, goed. Zeg ik niks meer, want dit kunnen ze op de livestream ook horen. hopen dat het storingsvrij is.
Oké.
Dus dit is zo'n clip-microfoontje.
Mhm.
Het liefst een beetje aan de linkerkant en dan niet te hoog en niet te laag, zoiets. Ja, je hebt de perfecte blues ervoor aan.
Ja, oké.
En dan kan hij ook gewoon hier zo.
Ja, en hij moest links, zei je zo.
Ja, nou, omdat hij zo...
Oh ja, als je anders inderdaad, dan zit hij naar beneden.
Anders
gericht.
zit hij naar binnen.
Of naar binnen, ja. Oké.
Maar ja, ergens het liefst zoiets een beetje midden. Maar,
middenborst.
Ja,
en dan
vervelend.
deze gewoon in je broek.
Dat kunnen ze doen. Gewoon een broekzak, niet bij de telefoon, want dan gaat het weer mis. En of klippen aan hun broek of broekriem. Dat is een clip.
Gewoon ergens.
Het is altijd geklungel. Altijd, het gaat altijd mis als je het snel moet doen. Maar,
Ja.
en deze hebben we nog werken en hopelijk storingsvrij.
Dan gebruiken we deze gewoon voor de jury.
En als we met z'n tweeën zijn, dan eentje met de microfoon en de hoofdpersoon met deze.
Oké, super.
Deze
Gaan we
is
dat
nog een
doen?
beetje misschien een risico voor. We hebben net getest en niks aan de hand. Maar ja, zo gaan we weer start. Dan krijgen we het weer.
Ja,
Dan
dat is altijd, hè?
Ja.
Op het moment dat het dan dood is, dan gaat het fout. Ja, ik weet het niet. Het zou best kunnen dat... Maar het is gewoon een soort signaal dat binnenkomt dan. Het is niet...
het zijn allemaal radio elkaar spelen. Alles is dan mobielefoons.
Ja.
Het wordt een beetje druk.
Ja. Oké, super. Dankjewel.
Laat zien dat dat niet kan passen. Exact. Ik dacht dat was een win-win. Ja, dat dacht ik ook. Daarom heb ik jullie weggehaald. Ik wilde het even checken. Ja, nee, sorry. Dat is wat opzet gedaan. Dan wonen we op de tweede rij wel gaan doen. Je dacht ook dus ook voor de eerste de tweede helft. Die heeft een plek. Die heb ik net ook al gezien. Die weet ik hoe die
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the second round of pitches. You just had your creativity pitches, and now we're going to continue with the translation potential pitches. Also, welcome back to the jury. I hope you're looking forward to the next round of pitches. For technical difficulties, we switched microphones because the microphones didn't work properly in the beginning. If you're going to pitch, we now have this smaller microphone. You just have to attach it to your neck. I will help you with that. And that hopefully resolves the problems with the noise we had in the microphones. If you have a second pitcher, he or she can use the handheld device. Okay, let's start with the first pitch from BioSensum from Canada. Are you going to pitch? Yep. Yes, okay, great. I will just attach this over here. Okay, and then if you can put this just hook it into one of your pockets with this hook. Yes, just snap it on there. Yes, that's awesome. Good. Okay, here the clicker. Just try and stand over here because otherwise you interfere with the screen.
Okay.
Yes, good luck.
Thank you. So hi, this is Team BioSensum from Montreal. So I want to start off with 2 facts here. So up to 3.8 million sports and recreational related concussions happen each year in the United States. And these concussions cost on average nearly $600,000 to hockey teams. So these 2 facts illustrate that sport-related concussions are both more frequent and more costly than average concussions. And this is why we chose professional sports teams as our primary customers. A word on the cost here, it stems from the fact that injured players who can't play still has to receive the salaries, so this is wasted salaries. And the main incentives for teams that want to buy our product is to reduce this cost, of course. So by providing better diagnosis and better health monitoring, we can reduce rehabilitation time and wasted salaries. So the different stakeholders in our case is first the sports teams, obviously, then different sport leagues. Typically how it works is that leagues define a set of protocols that the teams must implement whenever injury occurs. So it will be really important for us to get in contact with the clinical teams to ensure our kind of device is included in the protocols. Then the player insurers, so they can pay a proportion of the wasted salary of injured players. Sponsors are, of course, affected whenever their players get injured. And Players Association, they protect their players and they can fund medical research. So all these stakeholders will really benefit from our success. So what is the solution we're proposing? It's portable, it's effective, it's fast. So we're using the GFET technology that is really sensitive and so sensitive that it can be miniaturized and keep its sensitivity while being portable. And this is really important for a sports team as they travel a lot. So it saves $20,000 per season to NFL teams, we estimated that, and results under 10 minutes. I should say also it's a objective measurement. So a lot of the stuff that is used currently in the industry is subjective measurement, neurocognitive testing, so it can be subject to multiple confounding factors. So our core activities, reaching customers, we will participate to some sports conferences, We will be outsourcing the manufacturing and the transport and maintenance. We plan on building chip manufacturing plants eventually to make that ourselves. And finally, data analytics is further down the road. We want to partner with data analytics firms to exploit all this data that can be very important for insurers, recruiters, and pharmaceutical firms. So this will be our business plan. So as you can see, we're in a pretty tough situation right now, but it's growing, and there's a time cut, but it's pretty linear growth. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the great pitch. Now we're going to continue to some questions. If you have any questions in the back of the room, please raise your hand. If there are any questions from the jury, you're more than welcome to. If there is a question from the back of the room, please repeat the question quickly before answering it, because otherwise the people in the live stream, which are also jury members, they don't hear the question. Yes? Yes, in the back.
How come that you, in the first 3 years of your development trajectory, you don't have any costs?
We do. So the question is, how come in the 3 first years we don't have any costs? We have costs, but it's just, it's too little.
Is the scale is not really good.
Any other questions?
Okay, any other questions? I see a question from a jury online.
Okay, hi. Congratulations for your work and the pitch. So really like to read your solution and report. My question for you is, how did you come up with these $20,000 saved, and if those values are included or is included the payment for your solution? And if this is 20,000, if it's enough to justify all the action that the clubs will need to take, because now they have an extra tool to work around, in comparison with the values that are involved in the industry, or as the salaries of a healthcare technician that could be accompanying the tool.
Okay, so the $20,000, we calculated average salary waste by supposing a uniform distribution of concussion over the years and uniform game moment over the season. And then we reduced concussion time by 1 day for 1 in 5 concussions. And so that's an assumption we made. And that's where the 20,000 comes from. And if you could repeat the second part of your question, because I'm not sure I'm getting it.
So would this be a sufficient amount to interest? Well, let's put the kind of the healthcare issues aside. It's always important to care for your athletes. But from the financial point of view, is this sufficiently interesting? And what other costs would be kind of entailed in using such solution in day to day?
What?
Is it working? Sorry. Most of the money lost by the sports companies is also from the fact that if the player stops playing for a long amount of time, they lose a lot of money. And the biosensor, we didn't mention it, but it's sold at $2,500 Canadian dollars, and then we sell the chips to the companies. So it's still a lot less than the $20,000, and we make the money from the chips that we keep selling to them every season. Does that answer your question?
More or less, I think the savings I'm thinking about maybe could be too small for them to be interested, no? 20K, what is the budget of a sports team like that? You mentioned the 600,000 as losses per year. Maybe if you told me, okay, they say 200, that could be very worthwhile investing. They are just saving 20,000. Maybe this is the worth of an app that they could charge some sponsor.
And there's other costs that are not included in the 20,000. For example, saved CT scans and other medical procedures. And also we didn't, like if the concussion spans on multiple seasons or is ending the career of the athletes, that number does not take that into account.
Okay, thank you. That will make the business more appealing.
Let's continue to the next question.
Thank you. What makes your product special compared to the competition?
Yeah, I think it's the use of the GFET detection method. So highly sensitive and portable and fast. And also we want to add multiplexing capabilities to the biosensor. So we want to add UCH, L1 and NFL as biomarkers. So that will provide us with the range of a larger range of time we can measure.
And also right now we spoke with the coach of the team of football, and he said that the method they were using right now is very subjective. They were asking questions before the start of the season and when there are probably a concussion, but sometimes the player will lie at the first, so they will answer incorrectly at the start. So now our biosensor is objective, so that's a really good thing.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in the protocols that the leagues put in place and the fact that you want to be part of that, and the relationship between that and regulations. And can you comment on this? What comes first? How do you manage that as a company?
Yeah. We want to have FDA clearance, of course, as fast as possible, and that will certainly precede the inclusion of our device into the protocols. But other competitors that are building biosensors for GFAP and other biomarkers are already working with the league's clinical teams to get their product into the protocols. So I think the kind of device will be included in the next years, and so our FDA clearance will maybe come after that or in the meantime.
Okay, one final question.
Kind of following and tagging along on the answer you just gave, because then my assumption is that the large increase in revenues and income starting 2032 can only happen if in the years before all the work is done to obtain your FDA clearance, because if without FDA clearance nobody's going to implement your tool. What does the FDA clearance cost? Because I'm missing that somewhere.
Yeah, well, there are years not included. You see, it's there a time jump at the red? So in between those, yeah.
Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry, it was not mentioned, but we plan on teaming up with other companies to help us to get the FDA approval, and then we'll be able to sell our biosensor and chips to pharmaceutical companies rather than just sports team. So the market is going to change throughout the years. So that explains the jump.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, then we'll continue to the next pitch. Thank you. Great job. And the next pitch is from Team Glasgow. You're going to pitch? Yeah, is the clicker? If I can just... like this.
Okay.
There's a hook over here. If you can just hook it in.
I don't have a pocket, but can I just?
Oh,
no, can I just hold it?
You can also hold it, maybe in your on the side of your pants. But holding it is also fine.
Okay.
Yeah, just hold it. If that makes it easier. I think that's fine. Okay. Try to stay a little bit in front, because otherwise you see my head's popping up on the sides. Maybe you stay over here, that's completely fine. Yes?
Makes sense. Hello? 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 Okay. Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is BrainSense Glasgow from the UK. I'm not going to bore you with the details of TBI and how TBI is dangerous and how TBI is just bad for whoever gets it, whoever gets a concussion, whoever hits their head, it's just bad. So I'm going to tell you a story about, which happened to be a coincidence while we were working on our biosensor. One of the students in our lab, called Julia, actually got a concussion. She plays rugby with our university team, and she just managed to hit her head while she was playing. We started off our research by talking to her, and she was very interested in like our biosensor when she talked to her team, the rest of her team and stuff. So we decided that that would be our target market, contact sports. Our stakeholders are athletes, medical professionals, and sports organizations, all due to the fact that we will be able to give them swift, rapid, and accurate results. After we started our research with Julia's team, we moved on to other countries, other universities, other leagues, and we were able to find out that 50% of the teams, of the athletes in the teams have reported a concussion or like a jolt to their heads. 93.3% of them actually did not report it, and 80% of them were aware that it had consequences to that, and 90% of them were aware that there would be consequences after that for the rest of their lives as well. But luckily for us, all the coaches that we talked to were happy to learn more about our sensor and actually invest in that for their teams. So we looked at the market volume, and we found out that there are over 20 million people playing contact sports around the world just for boxing and rugby. And our sensor, which is very efficient and only takes 15 minutes to get the results, was compelling. Like, that was one compelling reason for our biosensor when we talked to the teams. And yeah. So moving on to our strengths, we've got a label-free biosensor, which is cheap and portable. And however, our weaknesses were that we would need a replacement for the buffer for every test. And at the moment, we can only detect one analyte. Of course, we are going to be working on that later on, but for now, it's just one analyte that we can detect. Our threats include the existing companies which already have technologies that work and which can be developed faster than we can develop ours. However, our biosensor is the first to be dedicated to contact sports. So with the amount of people who play contact sports and like the young athletes, that we have a huge market that we can sell our product to. Finally, for our financial strategy, our device is all made up from readily available components, like LEDs, photodiodes, blah, 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 blah. And it's very easy to adapt. So we're hoping in the future that we would be able to detect more than one analyte and not only use it for TBI detection. And therefore, our target market at the moment, like I said, is contact sport teams and leagues. But hopefully in the future, it would be we would be able to sell it to developing countries as it's very cheap and easy to adapt. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the pitch. Just as logistics, if you can take off your small note and then use that for your team to speak, then we can use the microphone for the jury. Are there any questions?
Well, thank you for a very clear and interesting presentation. In the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned your stakeholders. And to me, they all seem market-oriented, right? They are the parties that will help you to reach the market. However, at the end of your presentation, you also showed that you will be making use of readily available components. So it made me wonder to what extent you depend on partnerships, as I call them, up the value chain, so more related to the technology itself and production.
Right. So at the moment, we've got, like I said, we're adapting readily available components, but our technology is a new one, so we would need the help of partners and stakeholders to further develop it and make sure that we get accurate results that actually the teams can actually use.
Do you have specific ideas on how to set up those partnerships and who to collaborate with?
We have researched a few companies actually. So like we talked to Unilabs, we talked to other partners as well during our preparation, and yes, we've got a few in mind.
I'm from Unilabs. We didn't talk.
We had a meeting with you guys just the day before we got here, actually.
Did you? Oh, okay. Because you, so I'm sorry. Because you made an appointment with me, and no, that didn't happen. But okay. Well, I have the mic now. Can I ask a question? Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm wondering what is your statement on sustainability? Because I couldn't find anything of that in your report or in your presentation.
Right. So at the start, like at the moment right now, as we're just starting, we don't have any sustainability options other than the fact that it's adaptable. So we are hoping that in the future we can adapt it to other problems, not only TBI. You want to say something?
And also, so sorry about that, it's a bit weird with this little microphone. But there's also the fact that we are aiming to have a chip that is reusable. Now, there is a choice that has to be calibrated very well, because we also need to think about the profits. But a reusable chip would definitely be more sustainable than a non-reusable one. Hope that answers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
So there's always a trade-off between speed and precision, usually in these types of sensors. I'm wondering why the emphasis on speed so much, since we know that the GFAP protein peaks at around 8 to 12 hours. Why do we need 15 minutes?
Well, first thing, in the SensUs guidelines, they said to aim for 15 minutes. So that is the first answer. Ideally, we would have longer detection time when high sensitivity. it's important to notice as well that all the biosensors that were probably presented here are not aiming to be a substitution to a clinical environment where there is a doctor and there are machines that can detect perfectly what is happening. This is a step before actually going to the hospital and saying, right, I have this kind of injury, it's localized in this part of the brain, and so on. Therefore, one of the main causes why people don't get any further testing is I used to play rugby, and I'm pretty sure I had quite a lot of concussions, but actually having to go there to the hospital or having to wait and then having my blood checked takes a lot of time, and most of us are really lazy about this. So speed is very important. Of course, it's in terms of balance, there is a fine tuning between the two, and you are absolutely right. But for marketing reasons, we want the detection times to be as short as possible.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, maybe a short question regarding the fact that you are indeed using already available materials for your idea, which I think is very good because it speeds up the process towards a product. On the other hand, you can of course also say, using products that are already available, that will require in the future, if you want to make it into a true product, you need to make sure that those collaborations are settled, but you also need to pay royalties, et cetera, to move that forward. Mm-hmm. Now, why did you make that decision to actually go via this route? Wouldn't it been, or did you make an estimate of whether it may be more smart to maybe take a little bit longer to develop something yourself, but at the same time also keep that, the IPs and generate the money that way?
So the original idea is, in terms of partners, I think we mainly asked not really to produce and to actually have the final product, but it's more for expertise of companies that are already in the market. I was literally looking at it online, and there's the, sorry if I get my phone, but there's this iStar Alinity biosensor for TBI, count $3,000, and it's much better than a lot of biosensor for TBI. So there is a product for this in the market. It already exists. What we are trying to do is to actually gather knowledge about what are the cheapest components that we can use to make this biosensor. And all the research will be actually done at university. That is the end goal of this biosensor. The actual components are really, really simple. We are using literally 3 LEDs, a bit of glass with some gold nanoparticles. I know that gold nanoparticles sounds expensive, but it's really not. And especially for the amount that we are using. So the end goal is actually having a biosensor that has almost the same sensitivity of professional ones, like this one that costs $3,000, but with a much, much lower price.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I just saw a question online, it's gone now. Any other questions in the room? It's back. Okay, the question online, please.
Okay. Team, congrats for the work. So I was remembering a pitch from your colleagues in the US, which NFL was fined $1 billion because they were not caring too much about the TBI of their athletes. So I was wondering if you know your geography, if in contact sports, if it is mandatory to do these type of assessments, if there are any particular incentives in the sports industry to adopt your solution.
No. So basically, unless we are talking about high league sports where athletes are paying millions and they are on a strict diet and strict medical conditions, the amateur sports, which is the most part of us, basically, they don't have regulation. And the data that we showed before, they actually are from us sending questions to our friends around the world and asking these data. and asking, what do you actually do when you get a concussion? Myself, I played rugby, and there was nothing planned to actually have TBI checks. The other thing that we want to point out is that trainings should be actually scheduled based on the health of the athlete more than on the performance, because it's true that by having a certain training schedule can increase the performance of the team, but the health of the athlete is also more important than that. So the ultimate goal is also sensibilizing the coaches, the teams, and the federations to actually have a better recognition of what the health of the athlete is.
Yeah, because because it is a particular special type of market, because even the coaches and the athletes themselves may be not interested in being tested, because if they could be prevented from playing.
There has been a paper that says that basically more mild TBIs can add up to have actually consequences as severe as a severe concussion. And the problem is that there's a massive misconception, which is I have a concussion, I wait 2 or 3 days and I'm going to be fine, I'm going to recover. And then if I have another concussion, that one will start from point zero. That is not true. If you have another concussion in a week, that will add up on the concussion that you had before. So this is why there's need for constant testing and everything that we said so far, pretty much.
Thanks. Good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for all the answers. We'll continue to the next pitch. And the next pitch is from Detectors. Detectors. If I can just over here, and then this can go inside of your back pocket. Just clip it in, or in the front pocket.
It's fine. This should work.
Yes.
So hi, we are team detectives. Okay. Why the thing we are here for is to detect traumatic brain injury in the fastest and the easiest way possible. Well, why traumatic brain injury? Because as we can see, it's a very big life-changing injury on its own, but what goes unnoticed is the long-term effects patients suffer from it. The long-term effects, if it goes undetected, are things like depression, cognitive impairment, and also sensory dysfunction. Recently, a study from one of the biggest sports industries called NFL suggested that 90% of their athletes suffered, 90% of their former athletes suffered from brain injuries or diseases related to it. And well, that is a very big number. Also, a study by Cambridge University showed that 55 million people suffer from brain injury, and this report was of 2022. And obviously, the number would have risen by now. And well, I play football, and I see that I hit the ball a lot, and nobody really cares about this unless you unless you go down or fall down. So this is something what we want to focus on a lot. And well, how does this infrastructure work right now? So preliminary medical tests are run on a person, which include checking them for the motions and everything. And even if some visible signs are very clear, then the doctor suggests the people to go for an MRI or a CT scan. Well, as this test might be really good, but they do not give out the whole information about all TBIs. And two of our teammates, Beate and Carolina, are people who suffered from TBI, but as a doctor they went to did not give them proper prescription. They still suffer from the long-term effects of it. So how would we want to do it? Well, we mesh in our current sensor. Sorry, I could not have the sensor with me. But as in our current sensor, we have a gold gold electrode as the base of the sensor. And using the GFAP from the plasma of the person's blood, we bond it with the anti-GFAP. And this, when put into our sensor, helps us give the results, which is a very conclusive result. And it takes 15 minutes to test. And based on the results, we can then give out cures about prevention or how to treat the person. So what is the market we have for this? Well, as you can see, 372 billion euros sounds like a pretty big number. Well, when I researched, it was a very big number. So here we paid more attention on the European market. And the thing what we understood was brain injuries are not just about, TBIs are not just about brain injuries. It's also about the other problems which people go from it. And we came to a conclusion that around of this 863 billion euros which are spent per year, 372 billion euros are spent by patients and the government agencies and the footballing associations, sports associations on hospitalizations, on medical care and treatment and such. So how do we plan to do it? Well, according to our intensive market research, we found out that Poland was one of our best places to produce and market our biosensor models. And in our production cost, we include the manufacturing of our cartridges and also our biosensor analyzer, which controls which has a microcontroller, and the software infrastructure to produce the data. And we want to sell it at 280 euros, a package which has 20 cartridges on its own, plus any other cartridge subscription which the patients want to go with. Well, you might see that 9 million euros is a profit we predict, but that's a very big number, and we predict that we might have a 9 million euros profit in the end of 2025 or in the first quarter of 2026, based on predictions about partnering up with sports agencies like NFL or the Premier League or the Eredivisie, the football league of Netherlands, and also the accident and emergency care centers of every country's government, which will help provide us with a good starting point, or they will be our first target group. So we thought about how we would want to sell our products. We would first want to give out, sell products to the sports agencies, which will help us with the prototyping and understanding how these sensors work with the calibration and with the accuracy. And this results will help us provide better products to the people. And once our version 1 of our product is done, we would then like to go ahead with a version 2, which would give out results based on the person's day-to-day activities, which would give more definitive results. And our version 2 would also help provide people with their preventions and measures. Well, that's all for us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the pitch. Now, same for you. If you have to answer questions, please do so with the micro mic. Any questions from the audience? Yes, over here.
Immediately, before I forget it, your last slide, if you could go back to that one. I'm curious, if I'm your customer, why would I pay you for V1 if 8 months later you present V2? Why don't I just wait for that?
So, as a customer, that would, okay, let me put it this way. So, we know that when we buy a phone, obviously it's going to get obsolete in the next 2 years. But we want something which is really good and works as of this moment. And when a version V2 comes out, we'll have a royalty program for the customers to help them switch to V2 at a lesser price. But for newer customers, it will be the first pricing which will be sold to.
Okay, I see we also have a question online, so please.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to understand if you evaluated the target price of competitors to check on willingness also to pay the 280 euros that you mentioned.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So currently in the market, there are, European market is what I'm speaking about. There are three major companies, Medifortex, ABCDX, and Quantrix, which have products into the market which are our biggest competitors. But when we go about with the product, our biosensor is so small that it can be carried in the palm of our hands. So that's one of our biggest selling points. And the other thing is, well, we don't just give out results on one thing, on one concentration, but we rather have a class of results which are our MVP, are our main selling points. So that's something. And when it comes to 280 euros, the sports organizations spend around, I think, 180 million for a transfer of a player. So 280 euros for one product is not a big cost for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions here?
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, you mentioned in your report that you first initially will target the nursing homes to develop your sensor more. I didn't get that from your presentation. I think you skipped that part, probably due to time maybe. But how do you see where are you going to involve the nursing homes in this process? Because the main target is probably now is going to be the sports section, and then afterwards you return back to maybe hospital or EDs. So nursing homes are a very different target. So yeah, I don't understand that. So could you explain?
So nursing home, why we chose nursing homes is because, well, when people are injured or something, the results of the data go to a nursing home for a country. And right now I'm studying in Denmark, and in Denmark everything goes through a nursing home, or the results you find or the data sets you get from people, the easiest way to access them is nursing homes. And to get the most accurate results, I think we can fetch them from a nursing center or get a partnership with them to get better results. So that's what we were of the initial thought. But I think surely that depends from country to country and even from continent to continent. So that's something which is a very good point which mentioned by you.
Okay, so the nursing homes so you refer to are the nursing homes for athletes? No, for old people. You collect data in a nursing. I think it's the same that we have in the Netherlands. Old people, right?
Yeah.
Or injured people.
No, in Denmark it's about Oh yeah, I think these people can take it better.
Yeah, I need to think. You can just speak. Okay. So what we were thinking was starting in, because we know that old people have a tendency to fall. So it's a way of kind of getting more results in, because we want a more accurate data, because at the moment we're just using produced GFAP testing. So it's also a way of like having a collective, so they can get some results of what we're getting, but also so we can kind of calibrate more from accurate results and different ones. And we know that elderly people have a tendency, and as they are in a nursing home, it's maybe easier to get the results from them because they're in a area where there's actually supervision on them, because we know, as a lot of people said, athletes, we have it and other people, like when I fell, I was just like, okay, I hit my back, I don't remember hitting my head. So I went 14 days without doing anything, and then it hit me. But in the nursing home, there might be somebody that helped them, and they will have to test it as well.
They will do the testing, and then it's more like a clinical trial, or to get the data.
It's so we have the product ready. But it's a way of like getting to the next version, so it can be more and more precise.
And so, what will they get something from this testing from you, like a win situation? They can keep the sensor.
Yeah, to answer your question, last year when we were testing out another biosensor, we partnered up with the nursing centers. So the things what in our agreement, what they would require from us is complete, how do I say it? It's a complete white paper of results, so that we don't hide anything from them. and we don't subject the elderly people to anything which is harmful for them. So those are the only things which they require from us, and what we require from them is people or actual cases which support our cause, and that's what, and the government helps us in providing that. So,
Thank you.
Let's continue to the last question already.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a rather difficult question for you. I was wondering how you see the reduction of cost of TBI patients, because you state that you can prevent TBI, but you cannot. You have an early, you have early TBI patients that you can attract, so there's more patients that are coming to the hospital, it's increasing the cost. So I don't see how you get the reduction.
So as I mentioned about initially that the sports league called NFL, and they got a, I think, fees of around $1 billion as a as a penalty for not checking. So them, along with other government agencies, they're bringing about regulatory changes when a patient comes to visit. And when a patient comes to visit, confirmatory test for a TBI is necessary to be done now. I think that's what coming in the regulatory from, I think, 2025. So when this comes into effect, products like us can be there on the forefront to prevent much further implications. But as you said, no TBI can be prevented. I mean, mild TBIs can only be prevented, but anything lower than that needs to be dealt with treatments and medicines and stuff. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for all the questions. We'll continue to the next pitch. Oh.
Thank you. Sorry for the signs.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, the next pitch is from Team Test from the Netherlands.
Ja, klaar hoor.
Beetje.
Deze moeten hier in je pakken.
Oké.
Ja,
Ja?
goed vast. En als hij dan hier zo
Kan ik hem klikken?
ingehaakt wordt, of als je hem vasthoudt, is het oké. Je kan hem makkelijk gewoon even vasthaken aan je...
Ja. Ja, oh ja, oké. Nee.
Alsjeblieft. Probeer een beetje vooraan te blijven. Dat je achter gaat, dan kun je goed je hoofd.
Oké, top. Oké, en gewoon.
Dat is vooruit en de andere.
Ja, oké. Dankjewel, Lucas. Dan staat hij al aan. Yeah, I will. Think about that one friend, that family member, or perhaps your colleague, who went to an unexpected accident and experienced brain damage. My name is Terre de Ligny, and just like many of you, I know at least someone who went through the long-lasting symptoms of traumatic brain injury. But what about the numbers behind this? Well, each year, almost 80,000 people in the Netherlands suffer from traumatic brain injury, and almost 50,000 visit the emergency room. However, current methods of diagnosis are either too inaccurate, such as filling a questionnaire, or too expensive and time-consuming, such as CT or MRI scans. This leaves too many patients without the correct diagnosis, missing the care that they need. Therefore, a new method to diagnose traumatic brain injury is needed. And for this reason, we have developed Neurotest. This biosensor will determine the severity of the traumatic brain injury within 10 minutes. For a biosensor, multiple stakeholders are of importance. First and foremost, the patients who will benefit from the correct diagnosis. Secondly, hospitals that will buy the sensor. Thirdly, doctors that will need less time per patient. And lastly, insurance companies that will benefit from the significant reduction in prolonged treatment trajectories. After discussions with several medical professionals, it was concluded that neurotest is most attractive for usage at the emergency room. Here, overcrowding and prolonged treatment trajectories, or prolonged waiting times, threaten the quality of patient care. So, neurotest could help here significantly. And for the time planning of neurotest, until at least 2026, we will perform continuous research and development to improve our biosensor. In addition to that, we will start the process to obtain medical certification. Next, in 2026, clinical trials will be started, and the goal is to launch the biosensor on the Dutch market in 2029. Next, we aim to launch the biosensor in a small portion of European countries in 2032 to be able to adapt to problems that may arise in other countries, before launching in 2035 in the whole of Europe. And to make sure that our product is financially viable, hospitals can buy the sensor for 1,500 euros and the cartridge for 30 euros. After the market launch, revenues will be generated via medical device sales, cartridge sales, and maintenance. So, with the current estimations of costs and revenues, it is expected that test will become profitable and break even in 2031. In the future, continuous research and development will be performed to make sure that our biosensor is compatible for future multiplexing for other biomarkers for TBI. Furthermore, our sensor principle has great potential to become a platform that can be used to diagnose a large variety of other diseases. And also, we want to minimize the environmental impact of our sensor, and we want to do this via hospitals that can hand in their old sensor, so we can try to recycle the materials as much as possible. So, we believe that neurotest will revolutionize diagnostics, as it provides critical information that doctors need. We hope that in the future, no patient will remain undiagnosed. So, make sure to neurotest. Ik moet hem weer loshalen.
Thank you for the pitch. Now let's continue with some questions. Any questions here in the room? Yes.
Thank you very much for the pitch. I would like to clarify one thing that you briefly mentioned, shown on the financial slide, and to clarify one thing from the team result document as well. So in the first stage, from 2022 to 2026, you have more expenses than income, and I think the income actually also includes investment.
Yeah.
How do you plan to survive? Because you need cash.
Yeah, that is certainly true. Yeah. We plan to have a big buffer, so we will survive the first couple of years. As after the market launch, we will make a lot of profit. So, we can make loans at the bank, for example.
Yeah. So you have to put the loans into your forecast, because you'll need loans to make this plan into execution.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a second question regarding also the cost, but the sum of the cost of production. So you mentioned that you should achieve 20% of your cartridge or production cost compared to now.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you adapt this, especially with optics, which price not always shrink with scale?
Oh yeah, for the optics now we're at, because we're busy with building the sensor fairly new, the optical components chosen now are maybe a bit more to the expensive side. Mm-hmm. We have talked to optical companies as well as Chroma, which is a partner right now, on how to perfectionize our optics, such as the use of certain filters, maybe our lasers too strong right now, or even in the device we're planning on, so that the filters need to be stronger, which is more expensive. So the decrease in price in optical components could still be manageable in a certain way by interchanging things in the sensor.
Exactly. So having it customized for you and scaling up, this is one way to do it. This would work.
Yeah.
So keeping on this slide as well, if I'm looking at the next couple of years, especially in the years from 2029 onwards, you see a lot of the other costs, which are actually growing quite well. At the same time, I also see that R&D costs are actually minimal. So my question would be, how do you want to, first of all, of course, get to the market, but also how do you want to keep up with the market? Because those developmental costs, eventually, you will need to keep up with the market, and that will require R&D costs. So my question actually would be, would this be enough?
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Yes. For now, at the start, we're looking at or thinking about actually giving the sensor as a sampling device, because they have, like in the Netherlands, most samples are sent to a diagnostic station where things are already consumed. So we'll lose a bit on, for example, income, because we're giving it out for things to get confidentially trust in us. And then most of the R&D produced is feedback from the operator in improving our device, becoming like better at it. And then as time comes on, we're going to, R&D does need to be spent more on in keeping up with the market, of course. But in the beginning, most of the things are.
Yeah, but I can also imagine, especially with this first sensor, that even if you, especially if you get feedback on how you can improve, that will also require new ideas from R&D to come in. But at the same time, you also mentioned that in the future you would like to maybe go to a different type of biosensor to tackle different syndromes or diseases. Yeah. Then you have to start over the whole R&D sequence again. So that's kind of what I'm kind of missing here. But
yeah. That's a good point.
I see a question here in the public. Please repeat the question shortly before answering.
Perfect.
You mentioned you want to extend the application for other biomarkers for TBI. What do you want to do if you already are able to measure GFAP for the TBI?
Okay. I will first repeat the question. She asked why we want to measure other biomarkers for TBI when we can already measure it with GFAP.
In a not a recent article, but an article a few years ago in the Neurotrauma journal, they said that the combination of using, for example, UCHL1 with GFAP will give us superiority in detecting TBI and discriminating between the severity of TBI than using just one particular biomarker. And both are individually capable of, for example, discriminating TBI in patients with a lesion at the CT scan and without a lesion in a CT scan, but still have TBI. So we'll try to perfect our sensor to be even more sensitive or to detecting TBI, and that would be done by combining, for example, these two biomarkers and adding to that, if that answers your question. We would want to do that on one test and then improving the cartridge based on that.
Okay, thank you. I see another question from the public.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for the pitch. It was really good. I was wondering what separates you from players that are already on the market currently. Because, for example, there's TBI Check owned by ABCDX, who have been on the market since 2018, and Abbott, which both are currently doing clinical trials to avoid CT scans.
Okay, the question was what makes us different from other competitors on the market. I think what makes us different is that we have a really low time to measure, and it's also very user-friendly. We have just our sensor with a user face, and it's very easy for doctors to use. So only, no training is needed, and what makes our sensor principle really unique is our plasmid enhancement, but that's more on the what the measuring technique is. But it's very sensitive, very quick, and very user-friendly. So that makes us different from other competitors on the market. If that answers your question.
I'm not sure how sensitive they are, but I'll believe you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Questions online? No questions? Okay, well, thanks a lot for the pitch. And I will continue with the next team, which is called Team Twentes, from also the Netherlands. I can attach this to your neck.
Okay.
Yes, and then this can be hooked in one of your pockets.
All right,
And,
you can just put it here.
Yes, awesome.
Nice, nice,
Okay.
nice. Okay, no microphone needed. This is it, yeah?
No, that's the microphone.
All right.
Okay.
Guys, maybe we put the
Where you
device
you
there?
can just take it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll put the device here.
And it would be best if you just stay a bit in the front
I will.
here, because if you move too far backwards, your head will turn up in the slide. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, everyone, before we continue, also on the live stream, if you have not voted yet, make sure to vote, because the votes close in 1 hour, or even 55 minutes from now. So if you have not voted yet, make sure to vote for your favorite team, and then maybe they can even win the Public Inspiration Award. But now the word is to Twentes.
Welcome, everybody. We are Twentes, and we've developed a game-changing TBI biosensing platform device. Now, after a traumatic brain injury, with time symptoms start to develop, often permanently. This can include memory loss, headaches, sleep disturbances, and many others. To avoid these long-term consequences, it is important to rapidly diagnose and treat the patient. Yet, as the window of action is short, it's often not possible. These kind of consequences are quite present in elite sports, where concussions often remain unrecognized. For example, a rugby player is likely to sustain TBI after 25 matches of playing. In soccer, most of the retired players suffer from some consequences of TBI, yet they've never been diagnosed officially. And in NFL, there is 1 concussion per 2 games. Our solution to these high numbers is a highly integrated, portable platform technology that can deliver results within less than 5 minutes after testing. It offers objective indication of the severity of the trauma, something an on-field doctor often cannot provide, and it can indicate if a player should play further, or if TBI is detected, it can also be used to ensure optimal recovery. The cartridges themselves, so-called chips, are easily and sustainably mass-producible, and used cartridges can be refunctionalized and resold again. Our value proposal is that other methods are highly subjective and rely on doctor's assessment. This offers a niche market for medium to low TBI, which is currently occupied by eye tracking, sadly unreliable, EEG that cannot expand to further biomarkers, something we will do with our platform technology, and the current biomarker devices are simply not focused on commercial markets. Our stakeholders. We conducted several interviews with elite professional sports clubs. They reiterated that maintaining and improving athletes' health is of importance. They're interested in a device that can measure multiple biomarkers in one platform and that can differentiate the TBI severity. We also interviewed sports physicians who are interested and concerned with reducing uncertainty in diagnosis and improving their data, obtaining accurate measurements. Athletes are concerned with optimizing performance and rehabilitation after injuries. It is then no coincidence that we designed our business with these needs in mind. We perform market analysis and we analyze the viability of our business. We homed in on Italian rugby as an entry market for research use only. This allows us to bypass certain certifications, and we can enter the market as early as next year. In Italy, due to some interviews we conducted with sports doctors, we got to know that around €2,000 a month is spent on possible TBI injuries per club, per rugby club. From this, we can arrive to our sales price to make sure that we have some revenue and profit, which is going to be a subscription-based model of 1,000 euros a month during the research and development phase. This includes a device and 10 cartridges. Now, with this sales price, we can estimate that we will have revenue by next year, and we can project profitability by early 2027. This brings us to the planned timeline. This year, we will continue our technology optimization, and we will apply for certain patents. Next year, we raise Series A fundraising of about 4 million to cover the R&D costs and certifications, as well as apply for the certifications. We also start to enter the Italian rugby for research use only. The year after, we expand the customer base to UK and France rugby clubs, as well as further throughout Italy. Then we launch our service in 2026. We reap the first earnings in 2027. This is also when we start to expand our the range of biomarkers that our platform device incorporates. We are Twentas. Keep your head in the game. Thank you.
Thank you for the pitch. Also a reminder for you, make sure to give the small microphone to your teammates if you want to. Are there any questions for Twentas? Yes.
Thank you, Team Twentas, for an interesting and good presentation. I had a question. So I really like that you demonstrated to have contacts with sport doctors and to demonstrate that you have their support. Of course, if you look at professional sports clubs, it's not only the doctors that have a saying in whether the players will play. And I know that sometimes players are really pushed to play, even though it's not in their particular interest. And that's because the club has an interest in optimizing the market value of player and winning these big and important games. So I was wondering to what extent you anticipate any potential hurdles in adoption because of other parties within the sports club being against this the solution.
All right. So you want to answer?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we actually conducted interviews also with like the sports physicians as data scientists, which have daily contact with the players and know how their brain works. They want to train very hard. So it is a hurdle that players don't see the significance of detecting something they might not feel. But in the end, medical professionals and the coaches are responsible for the players. So they have the last say in what the players have to do. In elite sports, they really listen to their coaches. And the coaches know if a player is hurt and they don't perform as well, it's better to keep them on the side, rehabilitate them, and have optimal recovery to get them back in the field as fast as possible. So it is something the coaches already know about, especially in rugby. And so don't expect those.
Is it only the coach, or are there any other, like the owner of the club, or did you consider those factors?
We haven't talked to them, but we have considered those stakes as well.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I appreciated a lot that your reasoning from the value to a sports club, spending 2,000 for these brain injuries, to a price level. Can you convince us that at that price level, with your design choices and business model, that you can achieve that?
Yes, so speaking about the rugby clubs in Italy specifically, because that's what we investigated most as our first step, we know that there are clubs that are interested in this due to our interviews. And that's why we, in our revenue projections, we assume about 15 to 20% market penetration out of those 82 clubs in the first 2 years, so 2024, 2025. Did this answer the question fully or not?
Part of it.
Okay.
I was heading for more the price model towards the customer. So can you convince that they are really served in getting the value you project, 40,000 a month, apparently?
Yes, we spoke with medical physicians every week, every month. 10 people with TBI come into the doctor's office, and the rugby clubs already spend 2,000 euros a month on these treatments, on these assessments. In Italy, they also already use blood marker tests for athletes' performance. So TBI wouldn't be an extra step for them. And we get to reduce those 2,000 euro costs to only 1,000 euros a month. And besides that, we also want to provide the data analytics we come up with our sensor back to the rugby clubs themselves. And eventually, with a higher subscription base, we also want to feedback the data analysis of other rugby clubs to some rugby clubs, so they have heads up to competition in the field.
Thank you.
Okay, I saw there are also a few questions from the jury online. So either of the two again.
Hi, Jamie. Congrats for your work. We're still sticking on these 2,000 euros. You mentioned that these are spent in treatments and assessments. I was wondering if any of these assessments are made by the club's physician. Are you taking kind of the job of the physician, and if so, how are you expecting for him or her to accept your solution?
Yes, so this estimate that we provide is indeed the club's physician with whom we had an interview said that, okay, I receive about, what was that? 10 visits a week, and 25% of those are related to head injuries. So this kind of test is something we would use for these head injuries then. I don't think it would take his job away, but it would make him more objective in his assessment for sure. And I think that also the clubs value a physician who's able to provide this kind of service. It just is more accurate, and that's something that the physician can use himself as a selling line when he approaches a club or when a club approaches him.
This would be an excess spending or an excess cost for the club in the short time or in the assessment level. Is that it? Because I was wondering, maybe it would be better to kind of have costs of not having the player actually playing or being able to be sold for a particular amount. Because if it's kind of if it touches on the musician costs, probably we will not have a threat over that.
Yeah, we actually spoke to the sports physician, and he was very enthusiastic about it. So we think we can also aid them in their diagnosis, because he really is like, protocol in Italy now, you get an TBI of a head injury. Standard protocols, you are out of the field for 4 weeks. Instead, no difference between TBIs. You are out of the field for 4 weeks. So he really wants to make players objective statements. So, you know, oh, he has a small TBI, we can treat him in like 1 week and he's back on the field again, or he has a severe TBI, he has to be away longer. So it's also in the best interest for the sports physician to have the best and fastest rehabilitation protocol, and that also helps him in deciding.
Probably your value for money is in how soon they can get back to the field.
Yes, may I add that this is often a precaution to take the player off field after a severe hit to the head, which is something that not always there's a TBI that develops. And in this case, that would allow the player to play further.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue to one question from the public, and then please repeat the question shortly.
Okay, no, just a few clarifications from what you said before in your slide. So you're using it for like a field assessment?
Yes, it's located on the, for example, where the team goes after a game in the room.
It's not meant to test on the field and then that same game go back on the field because GFP is detectable within 1 hour. So it would not be reachable to test and then get the player back on the field. However, you can test and the player can get back to training possibly within a week or within 2 weeks next to the 4-week period that was already mentioned in which they're taking off the field right now.
Okay, thank you. Then I see there's also one more question online. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Very nicely done. I wanted to challenge you a bit on your timeline. You seem to be claiming that within the first year or two, you'll raise €4 million, you'll set up manufacturing, you'll carry out clinical trials, and you'll get regulatory approval. That seems quite ambitious, and I wondered if you thought about where the possible blockage points could come and how you would get around them.
Yeah, actually, the application for CE and FDA, we expect it to take 2 years, not be done in 2024, so we expect it to take a little bit longer than that. But we start in the application in 2024, and fundraising $4 million, we already started in 2024, and indeed, it's a lot of money. It will be accumulated slowly, but if we already start in 2024, we have enough money to set up us for development, right?
And it's necessary for the legal proceedings of the application for CE and FDA. They do cost about like 1 up to 3 million euros. That's what we assume, and that's where most of the money will go.
And you'll need your manufacturing to be FDA approved as well as your product, and that of all your suppliers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is it a question?
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, but it's also nice because our technology, we have suppliers, but now we use like Metron chips, but we are planning to make our own chips, our own design in like clean room, so we're not dependable on suppliers, and we make everything in-house. And that is, I think, easier in the product pipeline in the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we have time for one last question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I really appreciated that you've calculated the return on investment in your team result document. However, I think it was like 3%. If I'm going to invest 4 million euros, I would expect probably a higher return on investment. How can you make this higher?
So the secret lies in the fact that it's a platform device. We can, as you can see, by 2027 we start working on expanding the range of biomarkers we can test. The current functionalization technique that we use allows for easy swapping of the antibodies, which allows to detect, for example, glucose levels and so on. So that's where the real profit comes in. We try to quickly become profitable to some level, but in the future it's all about growth, the first 10 years, let's say. And in the future, then the real profits come from having a biosensor that's able to test maybe 6 things, not just 1.
Okay, thanks a lot for the presentation and all the questions. We'll continue to the next pitch. Dank u. And the next pitch will be from SensUs.
Okay, can I try? We're 2 people.
You're
Is
2,
there only
yeah.
one mic?
You can use one of these.
Okay,
So-
Elena, do you prefer this?
Okay.
I think she prefers it. Prova.
Okay, and this one can just be hooked onto a pocket and otherwise inside of your pants. Yeah, awesome. Try to stay a bit forward because if you stand back, you're quite tall. Then
I need
you're...
to stay a bit forward?
Yeah, because if you look at my
It's
face.
like this. Melina, it's like this. Should I go here? It's like go back.
Because if you move backwards, then you'll take
1, 2, 3, test. Every year, around 500,000 contact sport athletes, from hockey to rugby players, suffer a traumatic brain injury while on the field. Yet, the number is likely far higher due to the lack of comprehensive and standardized procedures. Shockingly, up to 90% of mild cases go undetected, posing not only short-term impairments, but also increasing the risk of neurodegenerative disorders like Parkinson's and dementia. Sorry, it didn't work with.
This poses a problem not only to sports doctors and the players who want performance, but also a long and healthy life. The economic burden of neurodegenerative disorders has attracted the attention of insurance companies who want to manage long-term healthcare costs. And lastly, any solution put into place will have to comply with the set of rules set by the regulatory body of Switzerland, Swissmedic. This is a problem, yet a solution has not yet been put into place until now.
At SensUs, we are here to change the game. Our groundbreaking solution involves continuous athlete monitoring, encompassing monthly assessments and additional tests per suspected injury. We will provide sports team with our state-of-the-art biosensor designed for TBI assessment and for preventing neurodegeneration. As we know from science. It's on? As we know from scientific research, the kinetics of GIFA do not allow for on-field testing or for long-term monitoring. That's why we are going to include 2 additional biomarkers.
Consider the financial implications of emergency room visits pose significant impacts for athletes going to the hospital. With 75,000 teams in Europe alone and an estimated 3 big hits per athlete per year, needing assessment of around 500 francs, this gives us a total available market of 3.4 billion francs. Now, if we take a 20% penetration rate and consider market growth, we get a serviceable, obtainable market of 70 million francs.
In the current market, with existing solutions offering limited sensitivity or sensitive yet short-term biosensors, SensUs stands out. Our device indeed offers both immediate detection and long-term monitoring.
The translational potential of our product has been endorsed by leading medical specialists, including Dr. Elisa Zagné and Dr. Jocelyn Bloch. On top of this, medical professionals like Dr. David Bianchi, member physician of the World Boxing Council Medical Committee and Advisory Board, they have stated that our system is revolutionary, as it is not only systematic, but ensures reliable testing, thus lowering the burden on the federation. And lastly, sports clubs have also shown great interest into managing ways to lower concussion risks for their athletes.
To bring this value to the market, SensUs will operate on a product-as-a-service business model. Customers will be able to purchase our biosensor at the price of 2,500 francs, and additionally, to subscribe to service packages, including 90 gold chips, maintenance services, and cleaning solutions. So, different subscription lengths will be available, starting at 3,600 francs per year, with reductions in price for a longer commitment.
As we embark on our journey, we will continue with R&D to further optimize our sensor, before heading into a period of 7 years of clinical trials, during which we will be testing our device with the Lausanne Hockey Club to ensure that it is both safe and functional and optimal. We will get funding from grants, VC funds, and angel investors, and make sure to forge good relationships with partners and future customers before we head into the Swiss market, first with hockey, and then with other contact sports like soccer and football. We will reach profitability in year 10, and then head into a EU expansion with the CE marked, and reach a final global profitability of 132 million francs after 15 years.
At SensUs, with the help of our advisors and our sponsors, we are not just introducing a revolutionary biosensor. We are shaping the future for contact sports athletes' safety and performance, one blood drop at a time.
Okay, well done. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question regarding the user journey map. So I think that you targeted sports, so I assume a sport environment, which is not as steady as a lab or a hospital. But from the other side, your device is an optical device, so it should be super steady. You should not shake it. You should not touch it a lot. Otherwise, it won't be calibrated anymore. How did you see it in the user journey map?
Please shortly repeat the question.
Yeah, so basically he's saying that we are targeting athletes, which is, it should be transportable, yet our device is not transportable. And that is precisely, at first we wanted a portable device, and we realized that based on our market research, that on-field testing wasn't really the way to go, as we saw, because as your team said, GFAP only hits in a couple of hours. So based on this, and with interviews from doctors who say that they want a reliable source, they want to know that the source works from which they get their information, and it is difficult to get that accepted straight in a few years into the game. So we thought that we want more specific and effectiveness, precision in our sensor, opposed to it being transportable. So this won't be an on-field test. It would more be in an office, any sports doctor's office, where athletes undergo constant monitoring.
Okay, yes, question from the jury.
Thank you. I'm trying to wrap my head around this continuous monitoring idea and paradigm, which is very different, so it's very refreshing. But at the same time, if I'm an athlete or a club and I go to the doctor, I go because of something. So it's not continuous in that sense, right? And if I don't need to go, then I don't need monitoring. And so then I'm not going to pay for this particular service, or I'm going to lie to you, and I'm not going to do the tests, and then next time I can pay a bit less.
Oh, I don't have it.
Yes, you do. All right, so actually that's a very, very good question, and that's also a big part of what we talk to doctors. And at the moment, when we talked to the doctors of the Federation, they said the tests that we do right now, it's very difficult to tell if someone's actually done them or not. But with our tests, since they have an exact value, it's easy to trace whether the tests have been done or not, which is a huge advantage for any kind of ruling, because then you know that they have to have been done because you can prove if they haven't been. And then the first part, I forgot.
Well, that's a good answer about checking that someone has done something as part of a protocol. But why would they submit to this protocol?
So the athlete monitoring is already standard in a lot of sports where they regularly have to go to the doctor. And we even checked with the doctors, would it be too much to collect blood drops at every single time? And the answer was, hockey men are tough. They can take a stab to the finger. So I don't think we have much issue in that area.
I want to add something. This sensor and the market that we are targeting also answers a call, and this call is the call of the various athletes and sport doctors that have talked about the neurodegenerative disorders, the primary onset due to the TBI in the sport world. So this continuous athlete monitoring, which will be possible, which will be even more a reality when we expand to other biomarkers, will allow to try to control this devastating effect. Because repetitive TBIs can increase up to 3.5 times the risk for dementia, for instance. And I'm just mentioning dementia. There is a whole list of other diseases, such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And we all know how devastating these are and the economic burden they have on society.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to continue to the question of Tony online. Tony, go ahead.
My speaker was turned off. Yeah, so your proposal to be able to clean the chip for reuse, I think is really admirable one in terms of sustainability, but raises a whole load of issues around the quality of the subsequent measurements. And I just wondered, that could be a very big burden to getting approval for your device. And I just wondered if you thought about how you would check that the device was still functional, the chips were still functional after the cleaning process, and they weren't contaminated or compromised in any way.
Yes, so our technological feasibility for that would be okay, as we have a system that allows for cleaning with our antibody assay. And there would be also a way of checking in the device with a baseline or some way of saying that the chip is still functional or that it would require a change of chips. And lastly, there would be maintenance, as we do operate as a PaaS business model in which we would have someone available for that service.
Okay, then the last question also from the online jury.
Congrats for your work, and wanted to comment is that your arguments for having something in the doctor's office at the sports club, not in the field, makes perfectly sense from the physiological point of view, bodily response, and from the end goal, which is to the athlete playing as soon as possible, healthy. So congrats for that. You pinpointed that need, and the need for the continuous monitoring makes perfectly sense. I didn't quite follow your subscription model. You have different tiers and what they represent. Can you give me an idea? And why have you thought about your business model as a product as a service, like that, and not to kind of a conventional approach?
So the different subscriptions are for different subscription lengths in order to kind of to reward long-term commitments to our company and keep our customers coming back, because of course returning customers are extremely important for us to keep our revenue high and keep going. And so the different prices there are to reward really people staying with us for a long time. And we will be providing, so first you buy the sensor, and then as a part of the subscription, you receive the cleaning solution and the chips, as well as maintenance. For example, for our most expensive component is our microfluidics pump, and there we would want to go into a full service contract with the manufacturer in order to be able to provide that more easily, so that we can provide repairs as an additional service during the time that people use our sensor.
What I understand is that maybe you could have these discounts if people are engaged with you for a longer time.
Exactly.
What I see is that you have how many chips? 90. And the issue is, wouldn't it make more sense to have the subscription tied to the roster size? Because you can have different types of sports. We have rosters of 20-something, 30-something. You maybe have a smaller club that will be able to afford, or have a smaller roster that will be able to afford your services if you have this tied to the number of tests rather than long-term commitment, which you always do a better price in that case.
Yes, so these chips are calculated for a roster of 30 people, which is about average in the sports world. Of course, we could in the future consider taking into account bigger teams and seeing how we could adapt to that.
Great job.
Okay, thanks a lot. We'll continue to the next pitch, because otherwise we run out of time. So big applause. the last pitch is from TrueSense. So, yeah, come forward. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes, okay. Okay, here, right?
Yes.
Here?
Just have to hold this for the next slide.
And I would like to begin with my presentation with a story. When I was in middle school, a student from my school, and he was struck by a car, but he managed to stand up and walked back home. But I mean, the deception calm was shattered as a young life was lost and due to the TBI. So actually, there are thousands and hundreds of cases in China. So I think there's an urgent need to raise the awareness about this issue and to develop the TBI detection. And we conduct our research mainly in 4 areas: diagnosis number, cost, mortality rate, and also occurrence probability. Well, our value proposition mainly focus on this 6 feature, and I think it's really important for our biosensor to get an accurate outcome in a limited time with the lowest cost. So we mainly focus on the market in China. From the bar chart, we can see that the point-of-care market in China raised dramatically, while the penetration of China point-of-care market is raising, but only 14%. And also, we mainly focus on the community hospital. Even though that a little bit decreased, but there's still large number of community hospitals there. And in China, especially the large hospital, they are always packed with a lot of people. So it's really inconvenient to go to the hospital and get a quick detection. So the local community hospital is the best place for a quick detection, especially TBI. And finally, this is about our market strategy, like a business model. There are 3 stages. The first one, we are trying to cooperate with the hospitals, affiliated hospital of Zhejiang University. And after that, we try to combine online and offline through the mobile application platform and like stores, pharmacies, sell our product to the community health station and individual patients. In the third stage, we are trying to looking for the government support, like there's a flood, earthquake, so our portable devices is the best choice for some disaster-stricken areas. And also, in the past 3 years, we might collect a lot of data from the patients, and so we believe that the data can help us to further improve the detection and also market prediction. So as a support, our support are mainly from the scientific institution, funds, sponsors from cooperating, and also the guardians from professional marketing directors from the technology companies and hospital doctors. As for the financial viability, based on the amount of community hospitals, we assume that 90% of our target market penetration will accomplish it within 5 years, and with an annual growth rate of 70%. And we try to build a translation prediction model based on AI, mainly about deep learning. And the data we collected mainly in two parts. One is the market dynamics, and the other is about customer behavior. And we put the data into the MLP model and try to predict the product potential. And finally, we got the 92% accuracy. So we can see that the prediction is in the 3 years. We think that there will be a surge in Chinese market. So time has come for us to take action. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the pitch. Well done. Are there any questions for TrueSense? Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm immediately triggered by the potential of TBI at home. How? And what is, why? What, how?
You mean individual patients, right? Wait a minute. It's a market part about this one, right?
Yes.
Actually, I know it's expensive and the device is because actually, in our opinion, our strategy is that in China, there are always a huge family. It's not only parents and kids, it's uncles, sisters, cousins, everywhere. They live very near, and so maybe the individual and family means 20 or 30 people in the same family. Yes. So in that case, it's not that expensive. It's in China, so that's the reason why we choose as a custom.
So you would sell really like a sensor
yes.
to a family of 20, and then the family can just order cartridges at, well, you or your online store or pharmacies. That's the...
Oh, I see. You mean they do not need a device instead of call the pharmacy or...
Well, are they going to, do they need to buy a device? Because that's, you know, just for, just checking if you have TBI and you have to buy a device. Would that be, profitable and...
I see, right. So actually we mainly focus on the community health station or like a local hospitals. So, but it's still possible if someone who want to, make sure, because it might take time, like community hospital, maybe be far away from there. And also there's some like villages in mountain area in China. It's really far away to go to even a local hospital. So I think this is a kind of part of customers. So mostly we focus on the community hospitals and health station. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting pitch. So one of the, if you can go back to the financial slide.
It's financial?
So I think you did a very good projection of the production cost of your device. What would be the marketing and distribution cost for your device to be able to market it?
Well, it's your turn. Market. Yeah, he is in charge of the...
You said the marketing cost about our device?
Yes, and distribution to bring it to the customer.
Okay.
Because usually it's not included in the cost of goods.
Yes. In our opinion, our product in the first stage, we will mainly sell our product to the local community hospital. And in China the government plays an important role in selling our device to the hospital. So I think in the first stage we will not spend much on the marketing because we will negotiate with the government, and the cost compared to other costs like the COGs and the human resources is little.
I understand. And maybe a second question regarding the cost structure. So you had a table where you showed the price, the selling price and the cost of your, it's in the team result document. I don't think, well, actually you have it there. So the one thing is that there's no inflation. So the cost in year 1 is the same as year 5. So how do you expect to manage that, or do you need to include inflation in your predictions?
Inflation. In fact, in our hypothesis with the industrialize of our product, we think our cost of product will descend. In fact, and maybe inflation is an important thing to consider. But the manufacturing cost in China is relatively low, right? And the human. So I think if we can improve our manufacturing skills, I think the cost of goods will descend actually.
Okay. So you predict that it's going to cost you less, so you maintain the price afterwards.
Yes.
On the longer term.
And in our hypothesis, the first year and the second year, the cost of per device is 115 euro. But after 3 years, the cost of goods may descend to like 140 euro or lower.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Yes, another question.
I like the AI prediction that you also put in. I do have a question though. So it's great that you put it in, but it's a lot of how do you say that? It's a lot of risk that you also put into your prediction, right? So what is your backup plan if something that AI cannot predict happens and your market is completely changed overnight? Well, I'm not saying overnight, but let's say in a very short period. What's your backup plan? How do you plan to still survive in that case?
Right. We have considered that even artificial intelligence has been a hit topic today, but we also, I don't believe in it because, market is changeable. Everything is changed. So this is kind of something that we try to be a reference, like give us advice. We just, get a reference, know the advice, but maybe we just, still have to based on our decisions. So it's kind of reference. I know that. And also the data we collected, like GDP and data from market and customer behavior, it's limited and really complicated to see that it's a really good data we select. So it still have a long way to go, but I think AI must be a really useful tool for helping instead of making the decision, right?
Thanks. Maybe one tiny question.
Yes.
So you really focus on China. So what's the idea of moving, if this becomes extremely successful, how quickly do you think you can converge it to, let's say, out of China?
You mean yes, of course, because we are now in China and there's large population, so that must be the best start point. And actually, our main focus is the east coastline in China, the large city. And later, I think still have a long way to go because in China still have a large population. So and a large number of community hospitals, and I think if we can really get a market there, it's much more easier for us to go to the world. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Online questions from the public, maybe? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, I see one last question over there.
Excellent presentation. I was just wondering, I thought I heard you mention your model at 93% accuracy.
Oh, this one, right? Yeah.
Please repeat the question shortly.
Okay. Well, he was asking about the 92% accuracy. I'll explain. And you see the data, the chart here. We use the data before 2022 and to predict 2021. Yeah, because we have the train database and test database. So we just predict if the number we predict to 2022 and and then we got a number. So we know it's 92% accuracy. Then we predict, the 2024, 25, 26. Yeah.
So it's not something you built now, you've been having this for a few years?
Yes, I mean, we just try to use it as a tool to furthermore, I mean, to avoid risk or cash assist the chance to the market. Yeah, the model is, we don't change the model, we just use it, yes.
Well, thanks a lot for the great explanation. A big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, great. That was the final pitch. Now we're going to continue to the intermediate program. So all the teams can return to the Blauwe Zaal, in which we also started today. And I want to invite all the jury members to come over to the jury discussion. Thanks a lot and success.